What's up, everyone? Hello, and welcome to a brand new episode of Heliopsychosis podcast. This is your host, Ricardo, guys. Welcome to the show. And yes, what an awesome topic, too, we have got today. The Shillerism continues, right? Defending the blue origin. Wow. Wow. That's awesome. That's great. And our good friend, Mr. Austin Witsit, is needs $10,000. Right? Maybe we all should start doing the same right? Because he think that because he not only think he knows that there is certain percentage of the community that is stupid enough to believe in all that shit. So, yep, that and a lot more we want to discuss and share. And also, we have shared the link there in the pinned up there if anybody wants to also come and give in their opinion about whatever we are having the conversation about. So yes, get comfortable, get your popcorn, wine, spliff, whatever makes you comfortable, and let's jump in with today's awesome topic. Uh, let's say hello first to our brother Gene, and we'll start this warming it up, getting it warmed up. How you doing, brother Gene? How you doing, bro?
Hey, bro, doing great, man. Excellent. Yeah, sorry I missed last week. Just too many things happening at once. So I didn't get back to the house in time. But bro, I tell you what, man, I listened to that show and I missed a really super great edition of Heliopsychosis last week, man. I missed some of the best shows. I don't miss a lot, but I missed really good ones, so that's for sure, bro. And here's the thing. You opened up the show last week with showing off your new bracelet, right? And the funny thing is, dude, I haven't worn any jewelry, since I'm like 20 years old, bro. And when I was a kid, I had all the bracelets. I was a heavy metal kid, so the earrings and the chains and everything that goes with it, right? I had all that stuff. And then one winter, everything it was freezing cold out, and I was like, oh, I took everything off, and I never really went back to putting it back on. But so the last time I ever wore a bracelet was this one, dude. I happen to have it. This is a bracelet that I thought I would throw in this little story for you guys. It's a nice bracelet. I got this at a show. I was at a show in a place called Lemoore in Brooklyn. It's a little club, probably like 2,000 people can get in there. Maybe a couple hundred more when the bouncers don't count your tickets. They squeeze everybody in for the big shows, right? So I was hanging out with the band outside. They played another show in Manhattan like a couple days earlier. I met them then. I met them at the Lemoore show in Brooklyn, a place that I could walk to from my house. We used to walk back and forth to the shows. And so the lead singer jumps into the crowd, and the crowd attacks this guy, right? And a lot of girls, dudes, everybody was like, "Rah!" I couldn't believe he jumped into the audience. And he got back on stage and he was holding his wrist. I noticed that all his jewelry, all his chains was gone, man. They like stripped everything off the guy that they could take. And next thing you know, I'm standing on this thing. I'm like, what is this? And I think this was his. And no, I'll close this story with the band was Guns N' Roses. It was just as that their first album got popular. And yeah, I used to hang out with those guys. That was not the first time I met them. When he jumped into the audience, I was helping him back on stage, and he recognized me. Like I said, I hung out with him two, maybe even three times at that point. But bro, this was the last thing I wore, and this is a really comfortable bracelet, really well made. Whatever, right? But dude, this bracelet that you freaking gave me, bro, when I saw you talk about that, I was like, oh, I want one. And it was so weird because like I'm not into jewelry, bro. I don't wear it. I've never said in like the past 30 years, whatever that is, oh, that's a great bracelet. I gotta have that. But when you freaking showed that last week, I was like, I want one. That was it. I'm like, my wife, my kids, I gotta get a few of those, right? And then, dude, the next thing you know, you told me weeks and weeks ago, yo, man, watch your mail. You got something coming in the mail. I'm like, all right, cool. It's a great practice in patience, because that's exciting to hear. Oh, freaking my buddy's sending me something. Couldn't imagine it. The thoughts that I could have imagined. I'm like, so I try not to go there. You drive yourself crazy trying to wonder about things. I'm like, but I knew it was going to be cool. And dude, the next day after that show, this came in the mail. And bro, it's just, I don't know. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that story. It wasn't too long and drawn out for you, but this bracelet is really, really cool. I haven't enjoyed jewelry in ages. I saw that and I was like, I want one. There was just no question, right? It's in my mailbox the next day, and I put it on, and I find this thing to be so cool. It gives me like a sense of relaxation. I don't know. I really enjoy it, bro. And I want to say thank you so much that I see your Scorpio instincts kick in so often, bro. It's really cool. That's how we met. My Scorpio instincts told me to go hang out with you and your friends, and I did. And look at where we are now, guys. This is great to be here with you guys, bro. I love you, man. Thank you for bringing me with you on this awesome journey. And guys, we've been in this for our third year now, and this is the infant stages. This is the baby stages of. This is the springtime in the life of Heliopsychosis right now, guys. And I want to welcome you all. I really encourage you guys to grab one of these. Um, I'm like, wow, if I like this thing, people who really like jewelry are gonna so love this. It's just really cool. I got my copper bottle. That's right there. Bro, just, thank you so much, man. I really just so appreciate that gift, man. It's so cool. And I'm like shocked that I like it. It's like glasses, when you don't have them on, you go and reach for them. And then when they're on, you can't find them. You're like, where are my glasses, right? You know what I mean? It's like one of those things immediately. I take it off when I go to sleep because I don't want to end up with a twisted, pretzel by the time I
No,
wake up.
bro, you can sleep with it also. You can sleep with it. It's no problem. It's not gonna. Yeah, the more you don't have to take it out, bro, because you need to shower with it also, right? All
Mm,
the time and everything, right? So,
nice.
yeah, man, bro, I like that you love the bracelet. Yeah, and for sure you're gonna feel the effects of it with time. You're gonna feel it, right? You're gonna feel in the energy. You're gonna feel it in many things. You're gonna feel it. You will tell. You will see by yourself. And bro, what could I say that? Uh, no need to thank to me for where we are today with Heliopsychosis, brother. You have to thank yourself for seeing and believing in yourself too, right? That you can do it,
Yeah,
right?
bro.
You know all this how this all happened, right? It's about all getting together in the right time and aligning and synchronizing and the energy and which is flowing, right?
Oh yeah.
And then the people say that there are no opportunities in life,
Yeah.
right? Right. We choose to take the opportunity or not. It's ourselves, right?
Yeah.
So thanks to the creator, right? It's manifesting how it's supposed to manifest, my brother, right?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, bro.
And yep, before we continue, let's say also hello to Sam. And yeah, bro, also after Sam's intro, Gene, tell people about what you are doing, show some of your stuff too, bro. How are you doing, Sam?
I'm good, thanks. I just woke up like a half an hour ago.
Good morning.
It's something. No, it's evening here, but my clock is like totally like I don't know what the north is, the south is. I don't know. so I'm alright. Yeah, what can I say more than what Gene says? He takes the words off my mouth every time. This is a great show. It is for me to wake up at night and to come and to listen to you. Believe me, it's a great show, and I love to be here also. But the
So
the
yeah,
bracelet, what is like is it like pure copper? That's what it is.
yeah, it's pure copper, and it's because also have two pieces of magnets below it, because the copper don't attach to magnets. So it's like a case made under the bracelet that can hold the two magnets, right? Copper had property in itself, but in combination with magnet, it amplifies. Right. So I'm going to play a video also in a bit here so that the people can see it again. I have a couple of video. And before we continue that, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to our brother Ironwork 92,000 for the super chat, bro. We're waiting for you here on the panel. Yep. And yep, Sam, go ahead and complete, bro.
No, I just, I did something. I don't wear jewelry. I don't even watch. I can't stand the jewelry. But you know what? I've been learning something about metals not for too long now, for like about a couple of years, 2-3 years now. Every time I had a little bit of money on the side, I used to buy gold, like some grains of gold, like just to help me save money, because I cannot keep the money in my hand. When I have money, I just spend it. I don't care. For me, money has no value, only when I spend it. And then I started, to accumulate like a little bit of gold, a few ounces. And I tell you something. I realized that that metal, that gold there, actually somehow influences things. I'll tell you why. Since I did that, I never had money problems ever again. And sometimes, I don't have money. Sometimes I'm very down in the money, but it comes back. But since I deal with gold, I never had a money problem. It's crazy. Maybe it has nothing to do with it, but I believe it does, because also in the Bible we're talking about gold, in the Eden Garden. So I know that metals, I know that they have a certain influence. I don't know. I'm not an expert into it. So I'm gonna have to to work on it.
Oh yeah, brother. Oh yeah, but adding to what you're saying, we are minerals too, right? In a way, the metals are minerals, right? It's part of the earth, right? And they do have effect. We have minerals inside us too, right? Go ahead.
I know, and you know what? And also minerals, they're also under attack. You know why? Because all the waters you drink, all those sodas and all they have no minerals in them. Lots of
They have heavy metals. They have heavy metals, right?
Yeah, they just take off all the minerals, even the salts. The salt have no minerals now. They just take all the minerals away. You have to buy like the expensive salt there, that has all the minerals. But it seems that they want to take all the minerals of our food. This is crazy, and it is so important. The minerals are so important, and we have to. Man, we have so much work to do.
Oh yeah, and this is the thing, bro. Before we give it to Gene, these are things. These are not jewelry, brother. This is ancient knowledge, right?
Yeah.
This is like you are having something that is gonna help you in many things, in a way, to disinfect and many things. Once you use it, you will know what it did, right? That's the best part. We'll give it to Gene. Gene, bro, show us some of your latest work so that people can see it and find it.
Sure, man. Yeah, so you know what? A few people have been asking me lately, for a while now, even that I should have my own YouTube channel. And you're right, I really should. But it kind of goes to what I was saying earlier about being here with Vika and you guys, that I'm very comfortable right here, dedicating this time and energy with you guys. And if I was to take on my own YouTube channel right now, it would just thin the quality out of everything that I'm doing, and I don't want to really do that, So yeah, what I'm working on is some things like this. I'm starting a web page. I'm getting some art together. I'm perfecting a couple of mechanisms on production for it. But I don't know if the camera's gonna really pick something like this up. But
so we're gonna put you on big screen.
Okay.
I will take myself and Sam out, show a couple of things.
All right.
Also the yin yang.
Hey, like that. It's the back. No. Here is I'm not sure if it's really picking up the right angles, if you can get it. But I have another one that I think will pick up better. That was for my nephew. This is for my niece, his wife. It's just a design and a frame. This is gold. I'll do a black and gold striped frame on the outside. I'm in the middle of doing this, but I thought you guys might enjoy seeing what I am doing. All right, there's that. Now the blue is like this. It's just not really picking up. I guess it's because of the light. I'll put that down. I don't want to get hit with that later. I'm crashing down in the middle of the show. You guys all laugh at me. What else I got? All right, I got something like this. Is a lot bigger. So let me see if I can get this in the right light. So this is a yin yang. I can't. So there it is. There it is. So the board is you mount this on your wall, and then I got that yin yang, and it spins around, right? And you can get different effects from it. You like that, guys? The light is really not working with me. Let's try this way. There it is. And it spins pretty freely. And the background spins freely also, in case you want to hang it like a diamond or a square. So that's one I was working on this week.
I'm not willing to try anymore. I've eaten it so many times when I was younger because Dad and Dale would go shrimping, and so I'd eat shrimp. So you just go in an anaphylactic shock. That's what it smells. I always felt like I had something.
So that's that, guys. Hope you enjoy that. And
What is made out of?
Calgon. You know what Calgon is? You probably don't know.
I
That's
know
a
a word.
commercial from the 70s. Calgon was a cleaning agent.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I know the word from. But
Take
But it
me
was like
away.
they didn't want to give the secret away, so he said Calgon is a ancient Chinese secret. But nah, you know what that stuff is for sheetrock. It's plaster. Plaster, you know? That's all. And I use different backgrounds, you know, different depths, different thicknesses, stability.
I love that compass that you have behind you. That south thing there.
Yeah,
That's the one.
David Weiss gave me that.
That's the one I want.
Yeah, David Weiss gave me that. You can order them from him if you want.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there is. He sells that on his store.
I really don't know. He sent me that. He gave me that one. I guess he sells them. And I doubt he bought it for me.
Good to know. Why not? I could buy it from him. No problem buying from him.
Yeah. Try Dave, man. He'll get you one.
So this is the thing, people. So what Gene showed you and what he also have in the background. Also, you can find all this stuff on Gene's page too on Coffee. There's a link in the description, and you can find that link there. And before we continue, guys, let's say hello to Aloha from Florida.
Yeah, aloha. Been a long time, bro.
Keith, how are
Hey
you?
guys, I'm gonna hang out. I have like no signal out here. I'm way out in the country, so I'll just hang out and listen a bit.
Alrighty, how you doing, Keith?
Yeah, doing good. I'm way out in the country today, so I have almost no signal at all.
Coolio. Alrighty, bro. As you will, when you can jump in whenever you want.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Vika, you there?
The oldest minerals known to man, and it is extraordinary for its healing and energetic capabilities. It is considered to be a native metal, and it appears in over 150 other minerals. In metaphysical circles, copper is prized for its ability to move energy and induce energetic flow throughout the body. But it does something incredibly unique and very powerful as well. Very often, I am asked for minerals that are best to help you decord or remove an energetic cord from an another person. If you are trying to leave a situation or get away from a bad person, you may find that they have energetically corded into you, and you have trouble getting away from them, getting their voice and their energy out of your head, and having a very difficult time letting go of them. And while there's many crystals that help with removing and blocking energetic cords, copper has a very special talent. Copper not only decords you from someone else, it disembeds you from someone else or a group of people. And what do I mean by this? Your soul is part of a group. In fact, it's part of many groups of souls, in a micro way and a macro way. And sometimes as you grow, you will find that certain groups become toxic to you. You no longer fit with their vibe, and you need to remove yourself from the group. And that can be very hard to do, especially if your souls have been intertwined for lifetimes. Copper is the one mineral that can help break that connection. It not only does it for this lifetime, it does it for future lifetimes too. Old family, friends, acquaintance, past lovers that you no longer want anything to do with because the relationship is too much and you know it's never going to work out, you can use copper to help sever the relationship. But be warned, when you use copper in that way, it is final. There's no real going back. And as much as people think they want to end a relationship permanently, sometimes you like to hear the tea when someone goes down, or you like to think about the former lover from time to time. We often say we want people out of our lives, but truthfully, we hold hooks into people for a very long time. But if you are truly ready to move on and you want to become very independent and really grow into your own strong soul, this is the mineral that will do it. While many of us talk about independence, fierce independence and going it alone is truly for the extremely well evolved. It is not a function of this reality, and it is something that you must do to transcend into other realms. So when you are ready to do that, this is one of your greatest allies.
I know not everybody is going to believe in that, but
Well,
one
I
of
tell you,
go ahead.
I believe in this as a Jew learning the Torah. It's very simple to believe in it because copper is linked to that big copper snake that Moses had built at one point in order to heal the people of Israel that were bit by snakes. So he made like a big snake shaped like statue like this, made out of copper, totally out of copper. And it was to heal the people that were like bit by snakes, poisonous snakes. They were looking at it, and then they were healed, according to what's written. We have to understand that. Even the word copper in Hebrew is the same word as snake. And snake is nahash, and copper is nehoshet, which is the same word. So there is an idea of like healing with the copper, linked to the copper in the Bible, in the Torah. This is for sure. And also with the snake, also the medicine, the sign of the the medical sign there is it's a snake there.
Kalukas, right? The Kundalini.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's called the Kundalini or the Kalukas, the medical sign these people they use in all the doctors. Yeah, it's supposed to be the rising of the Kundalini.
So
right?
I believe that there is a link between healing and copper. That is what we are told. Now I don't know how it works. I have no idea.
Oh yeah, and also about in the drinking the water too. That you can feel it. You can feel it. I'll play this, and then we are almost done.
Used to wear copper. First of all, before I tell you, you must understand the meridians of the human body. So your body has these meridian lines. It's basically how electrical energy flows through the body through these lines and gives energy to these specific organs and places within your body. Now copper, the atoms of copper vibrate very highly and they give off a lot of etheric energy. So by wearing copper around these meridian lines enhances the flow of energy within your body. Okay, so let's say you have a joint pain in your wrist, you'd wear a copper bracelet, and this will enhance the energy flow and give energy to these bones and meridians, which will help rejuvenate the wrist. Or you can just wear them in general to increase the flow of electrical energy within your body and sync up with a higher consciousness.
Oh yeah, so both of the links, Gene's and my link, are there in the description. If anybody wants to get one and support, that would be Awesome. And yes, let's say hello to Aji. How are you, Aji?
Hey man, yeah, sorry about that. My button was not working too good. Yeah, doing good, man. Doing good. Hope you all are doing good as well. Sam and Gene and Vika, good to see y'all. Hey, I did have a question first for Vika. Well, two things. One is I would like to buy a copper bottle, to put my water in to clean it. But it's hard for me to hold like regular like cups, like big cups, unless they have a handle. It's a lot easier for me. If any of y'all know where to get a good copper cup with a handle, that'd be nice. If anyone knows that.
Yeah.
And the second,
Yeah, I don't have
go.
one with the RG. The one I am having on my page is without a handle. It's almost a liter bottle. Simple one. Yep.
Got you. Well, maybe I'll find. I'll keep looking around. But the
But you
second
have,
thing is also if
yeah, go ahead.
if you guys didn't know, about one thing about copper, it really helps with the shape of it. Just like with anything, how energy flows through objects. One is a rod, but with a pointed end, almost like a round obelisk or something, but with a point at the end, and also to create a closed circuit to get the best benefits out of it, and to also project certain energy or stronger energy would be take your shoes off, plant your feet in the grass while you have this rod in both of your hands. You have to have both hands on it, and this is going to create a closed circuit, and it'll maintain and hold energy better in the body, but also projecting it. I don't know if y'all knew that, but yep, just wanted to let you know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Even a good copper bracelet, and even if it's with the magnet, the what I have on my page too. Once you're wearing that, and if you're grounding, is also going to help a lot. All right.
Yes.
It's the thing is, you're gonna feel it once you wear it, and you're gonna see how it works, right? For sure, Gene will let us know in some more time, right? You feel the flow, you feel the energy, right? It's yeah. I don't want to go in more details about that. I want to give a quick shout out to Dave. Dave saying I started wearing copper bracelets this winter. Love them. Oh yeah, and especially the one with the magnet, Dave, that I have on my page. It's amazing too. So I want to play something more before we get warmed up here. Dave, if you want to jump in, we'd love to have you. I'm going to play something first dedicated to Aloha from Florida. Alrighty.
Keith by the water calls himself Aloha. Florida sun burning logic, yeah, he knows it. Oceanside king with the crown of wild shells, waving his words like they're magic spells. Aloha from Florida, he screams to the shore. No curve on this earth, he questions you more. Talking to the masses, his gospel of doubt. Keith and his logic make the ocean shout. He says the world is flat and the sea never bends. Tell me your proof, I'll prove where it ends. Chasing the tides with his theories untamed. Keith's unshaken, never feels blame. Aloha from Florida, he screams to the shore. No curve on this earth, he questions you more. Talking to the masses, his gospel of doubt. Keith and his logic make the ocean shout. drawing lines in the grid. Truth in my footprints, see how they sit. Laughing at the gulls, they don't seem to care. He points at the sky, but the birds stay in air. Aloha's got fire, but it burns so strange. Preaching his sermon in the sunset's range. People stop and listen, some think he's mad. Keith keeps smiling, a prophet never looks sad. Aloha from Florida, he screams to the shore. No curve on this earth, he questions you more. Talking to the masses, his gospel of doubt. Keith and his logic make the ocean shout.
Hey, that was good, man. I like that. Nice.
One for Keith. Keith, aloha from Florida. Right. Shout out to Truth Repeater for making that track. Awesome. He was here before the show started. He had things to do, but yeah, he came to say hello, and yeah, awesome. Awesome.
Nice, bro. Hey, Vika, before we get into deep things, I just wanted to ask if I could address one quick point about the Antarctic whistleblower, Eric
Oh yeah,
Heckler. I don't know.
yeah. I have
No?
one more song, bro. Before
Good.
so
Okay.
one more song, and then we can go into that low vibration shit for sure. Yeah. Joking, bro.
Yeah. Good with it. Yeah, got you. No problem.
Alrighty. So shout out to Truth Repeater. He also made a song for me, and I was working on a couple of days for the music video. I'm gonna play it here. Yeah. Hope you guys like it. Alrighty.
Victor Draziv with a spark in his veins, creating realms where no rules remain. Mechanical shifts and digital streams, an endless coder of boundless dreams. He builds the mechanical realm, chasing truth in the neon light. Flatten the curve, uncover the codes, a seeker of paths where no one goes. He weaves his tale in cyberspace where secrets prevail. Digital trails that light the way, a mind so sharp it carves the gray. He builds the mechanical realm, chasing truth in the neon light. Flatten the curve, uncover the codes, a seeker of paths where no one goes. Circuits hum and the future ignites. Through his lens, the unseen takes flight. A craftsman of worlds, a guide to the maze. With every step, he rewrites the waves.
Wow, it's crazy what AI can do, right?
Nice song, brother. Yeah, nice. Nice,
Oh
nice,
yes.
bro. Hey, you know what software you use to do this? Because I made a couple of, AI generated songs. I wrote them, but dude, because the one I use is Suno. It's called Suno, but it's very similar. Uh, it sounds like very similar technology. But anyway,
No, the song I have not made the song. It's a shout out to Truth Repeater, who had made the song uh, with the music and everything. I don't know what he used, but he's the one who did the Aloha song, and he's the one who did my song. But what I did is from my song, I made the music video, right? And I had to also work on it with like working with images and then converting them to videos with AI, right? Imagine doing this kind of a music
oh,
video 10 years ago might have cost thousands of
yeah,
dollars and
yeah.
maybe 6 to 8 months, right? So this is the thing. This is what the AI can do, right? So you imagine with the TFE and all this shit. So it's very difficult for
Right,
the people to believe.
right.
And this is the thing. Before we continue, quick shout out to everybody who's in the chat, guys. Anybody who wants to be here on the panel, the link is there pinned on the top. If you want to come say hello, love to have you guys. And yes, go ahead, RG. What were you saying? What you wanted to lay out? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. I'll keep it quick, but it was an idea that popped in my head because there's a guy named Eric Heckler. I don't know if y'all know him by name, but he's a guy that worked at the South Pole Station for quite a while, and he had access. He was a lead engineer, like firefighter, like he just had access to everything down there. And so Dave, that's in the chat. Shout out to Dave, man. Hope you're listening. But when you mentioned Dave about a possible, just a possibility, I know it's not set in stone, but about how it could have been some type of projection in the sky, and they do have that technology. And I looked into it a lot. So Eric Heckler has been on X Spaces lately. And so, I got a chance to jump in, ask him a couple questions, what he thought about flat Earth, asked him about superfluids and just different things that I myself have looked into a lot and was curious about since he had access. So he mentioned that there were up to 500,000 gallons of hydrogen and being stored down there at very, very low temperatures, right? So it just made me think, well, damn, holograms work so much better in gases like that. It's being projected up into some type of cloud like material or something you can't see if it would be high in the sky. And it just made me think those two ideas merged together would make a lot of sense. And those type of very advanced projectors and projections that we would see, would make sense, and it would work a lot better that way. Now, in the videos with TFE, some that you guys were critiquing, you could see very, very faint impressions of like odd shaped, how would I say it, like cloud-like formations, but very little. It was such a clear day, right? But we did see very sliver traces of a cloud-looking mist, right? So I just wanted to mention that, something to think about. Of course, it's not guaranteed, but it would make more sense to what Dave was saying. You know what I mean? But anyway, there we go. Just wanted to say that. And I do have that recorded, by the way, what Eric Heckler told us that he's seen while he was there. So I'll land the plane there. Yeah.
So you mean about like this was in a way a psyop projection? You mean to say this is what he's saying too?
No.
Or he's just speaking about the technology?
Well, basically what was being stored down there as far as canisters and how much, and it's being stored in a 4 degrees Kelvin, which is a very, very low temperature, which would more than likely keep it in a solid state matter until it gets up to that unfreezing point. And then as you would spray it out of these canisters like chemtrails, right, it would just be a fine mist of hydrogen
But
at that
he didn't
point,
say
which
he
would,
didn't say what it was for. Like, he knows it's stored, but he doesn't know what is it for. Like,
no, let me tell you something that made me a little more curious was as soon as I asked him about superfluids and he started to mention what he saw down there, the host of the space cut us off and said, well, that's enough questions from, blah, blah, blah. Somebody else has questions, right? So I only got to the point of what's being stored down there. And I just used what I've learned and what Dave was saying about a possible, projection. I'm like, okay, holograms work much better when there's a background to project it against, which would be that kind of mist or atmosphere.
RG, you know
So
what?
I'm not.
Two of the main ingredients
Mhm.
in the new high tech holograms are barium and strontium.
Damn, really, bro?
Yep.
Damn. So that makes sense. All these things that they're putting in our atmosphere.
Yeah. The vitamins.
Yeah. Damn, vitamins for robots, right?
But
Damn. But yeah, okay. That's
makes
that's
sense,
even
right?
more intriguing. Yeah,
But
absolutely, man.
none of what they do has like one agenda. They cover like 10 different things. If they get 5, they're happy.
You're right, right. Yeah, damn. Yeah, that's cadmium, barium, strontium, and aluminum are what's mainly dropped on us all the time.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but if you think even a finer mist that you really wouldn't see with the naked eye, it would just be like
Bro,
something they could have sprayed a couple
you
of
can
days
barely see the
before, and
dust
then
that's on your car, when it covers your car, you barely notice it. It's that,
yeah,
well, sometimes heavier,
yeah. Hey,
but still it's there. And the aluminum helps us absorb the fluoride helps us absorb the aluminum, or else your body rejects
right.
it better. So they're working in tandem with this, that, and every other thing under the sun.
Yeah, and if anyone's curious, if listening, in the chat or whatever, go to your car and get a razor blade and scrape up a bunch of whatever you can into a pile, get you a nice magnet, and see if it sticks.
Dude, if you have a horizontal, because I have some part of the house that has horizontal roof, right? And every time it rains, and after a few times, you have everything like a red color of powder, right? They're putting so much crap in up there, but we shouldn't go so much detail in that because we don't want to get flagged. Let's say hello to Dave. Dave, are you there?
Yeah. What's going on?
What's up, Dave?
Yeah,
How are you doing?
listen. Yeah, I'm doing good. The information, the more information we keep finding out about the technology they have there, the whistleblower guy, I'd love to catch him on a X Live show or whatever it's called, the X Space, and have a conversation with him. But there's more and more proof that that's what happened down there. And you know my stance. I don't believe that they were in on it because remember I was supposed to go. So I come at it from another angle. And the more I look, I was pretty positive that they faked it. I am now as close as you can get to 100% positive that they faked it. Again, but the thing is, we don't need to prove that they faked it or prove that there is like Joe Hanvey's model or something along that line is true, because the heliocentric sun is the one that doesn't make any sense. The heliocentric sun, is the one that is impossible, right? So if you want to claim that the motion of that light in the sky, you first have to jump through hurdles to explain the heliocentric model. Gas in space with gravity, it makes no sense. So that's my point, and I'm just glad people are looking into it. And just as you said, don't hang your hat on it, but don't rule it out, right? And the more we look, the more we find that I have a whistleblower from Microsoft that told me some things that he doesn't want the lead right back to him, but they're doing work with NASA, Microsoft, and the head of the top guy at Microsoft was in Antarctica at that time. Weird. That's just a coincidence, There's too many coincidences going on. So
Yeah, was he's down there being the overseer to make sure the project went
no idea.
point.
No
Yeah.
idea. All I know is he was there. That's all I know.
Yeah, that's wild, man.
Right. I can't
yeah,
make any
thank you for that, man.
claims. Yeah, I can't make any claims. And the thing is, whether you think it was done in the studio, whether you think they were in on it from the beginning or they got compromised, whether you think their souls were possessed by devils, whether you think they were cloned, we're all on the same team. It was faked. It was faked. It was fake. I did an interview with Darius J. Wright, and this is, he brought up cloning centers in Antarctica that he was shown, right? And just like, okay, that's what you saw, and he had some drawings, some pictures that he created to show what he saw in his OBE, and I don't know, can't rule it out. Dave White says that they're cloned. No, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying it was a massive deception by a liar named Will Duffy.
But Dave, you don't have to say that outright. It's okay, because what I'm about to tell you, what you just said, you won't believe. But so there was this old radio station in the 50s, right? And they were speaking on what is called robotoids. Russia was building these, and they were so lifelike that the first Jimmy Carter, the president, was supposedly. But they're called robotoids, and you just look into that from the 50s. It's the stage before clones, right? The first. So anyway,
again, I definitely don't want to go down that road. I'm just saying we don't know what happened. There's really no explanation for how one unnamed person is behaving. This now person is saying that Blue Origin is real. Okay, as soon as he says the moon landing was real, my bingo card is going to be full, and I'm going to win.
He's backing up Perry Katie, guys.
Yeah, that's so crazy, and we're the liars. We're the liars.
And he called us all
that butterfly.
What's that?
The butterfly, the monarch, the butterfly and the monarch symbolism. I'm sure everyone here knows what that stands for, right? Yeah,
it's MK Ultra programming, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but there's what people don't fail to mention a lot is there are multiple ultra programs that were run. MK was just one of the ones, but some of the other ultra programs were specifically for the people they raised from Disney up to the movies, from younger to older. Yeah. Bunch of ultra programs.
And it's just a coincidence that when she held that butterfly out in front of the camera, she covered one eye. One eye was covered, and that's the picture that the mainstream used.
Yeah, and I'm closer to what Dave is saying, that it was fake. But also, I'd like to add that this world is filled with so many phenomenons, and we don't, we're not putting anything at 100%, right?
Right.
We know that we need to question much, much more, even knowing what we know. But it's just saying, it could be a phenomenon that happens down there as well.
Well, here's the way I look at it. Sorry for the background noise. I just can't. My hands are dirty and I can't mute. The earth is material, and the sky is spirit, right? So the same laws don't apply to the sky. So the sky is non-physical. The only thing that we can say definitively about any of the things that we see in the sky that aren't like an airplane or something, any of the lights in the sky, is that they're lights. We can't say what they are. We can't say how big they are. We can't say how far they are. We can't say anything. And that's the heavenly realm. And so what are the rules up there? We don't know. We can try to figure it out, but making claims about the motions of those lights in the sky, we can use the motions of those lights in the sky to just disprove the globe, but the globers don't like that. you know, to say that the movement of the sun, as I keep saying, you know, show me helium and hydrogen in a vacuum that burns 640 billion tons a day. Like, think how much helium and hydrogen there'd have to be billions of years ago when the sun was formed. And now it's just burning, and there's no more helium and hydrogen going in, and it's burning 640 billion tons a day, but it's not getting any smaller because there's so much.
And Dave, the gravity in the center is so strong that a light photon takes 10 to 15,000 years to break out because
I thought it was a billion years.
It could be, bro. I mean, either way, man.
And the reason that people can't like make sense of that is because it doesn't make sense.
Not supposed to.
Yeah, it's just amazing. So, you know, the whole argument, the whole thing, you know, and you know, in Will McDuffie's videos, I'm mentioned in every single video, and it's because years ago I said that the circling sun is impossible on a flat Earth. Guess what? I learned new information. I was wrong. I also said that the flights from Santiago to Auckland are impossible on a flat Earth, but I learned that planes can go faster. I learned that they fly higher. I learned that there's air currents up there, and I learned actually that with the air currents up there, the flights make no sense on a globe because the planes would have to fly like 400 miles an hour, and it, you know, to take that amount of time to get there. So again, you know, I don't even like talking about this
every day.
Yeah, I don't like talking about it. Yeah, we're learning every day, and we just need to focus on all the truths. There's more and more, you know. The last thing I want to say on this is their mantra now is there's a mass exodus from flat Earth. A mass exodus. It's already it's in the single digits. It's all of them are highly suspicious. You know, 2 of them had to come back from being gone for 5 years to tell everybody that they were leaving, right? So highly suspicious mass exodus. But when I can tell you,
noticed that.
Well, no, the mass exodus is that I can only think of 6 or 7 people. That's the mass exodus. But I can tell you now, there's 100 people a day joining the app.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Right. So there's a mass exodus from the globe. Okay. There's not a mass exodus from flat Earth.
Yeah, and I'd like to thank Jeff Bezos personally for putting on that ridiculous display of the assault on humanity that they're causing right now.
That will get, for sure. That will get us few thousands or few millions of flat earthers more.
Well,
with
there's
that because
so many big channels now talking about it. It's giving us lots of opportunities to you know, have the flat Earth discussion, and I kind of think that, you know, are they that stupid? Is it revelation of the method, or did they just screw? Did they screw up, or did they do it on purpose? It kind of reminds me.
They're doing it on purpose, Dave.
Exactly.
They're doing it on purpose because you think they're going to spend billions and do shit clownery like this in front of millions and billions of people? No, it's done purposely to show that how stupid are the people.
Vika, I agree. I think it's a test. You know, like they told us that the CIA you know, took care of JFK. And nobody did anything, right? They expected us to revolt. So now, basically, they're telling us the space program's fake, and they're wondering if people are going to do anything. It reminds me of the day before, you know, September 10th, back in 2001, when they said, Donald Rumsfeld, they said, you know, $2.3 trillion. Now, the war, if nothing happened the next day, there might have been a revolution. There might have been people, you know, gathering, and boom, they made it all go away. So the question is, what's going to happen in the next couple of weeks? Is something going to make everyone forget about that they're faking space? And did you guys see COVID.gov?
Oh, I heard about that.
No, it's not as crazy as you think, because they're still they're saying that it was gain of function and it, you know, it was all lies and everything, but they're still saying that the CV is a real thing, a real thing, whether it was man-made or not. It's all, you know, I don't want to say the word. The V's aren't real, right? But so it's kind of still pushing that, but it should be enough to get people.
Nah, man, there's too much stuff floating around, Dave.
Yeah.
The TV, the bad television, you know, the sound waves are probably like numbing people out. Just from the audio could probably like shut things off. You
Yeah.
know, the food, the water, you know, the stuff in the toothpaste that they got flying around. Bro, this is all, it all makes people apathetic. Like, what can I do? I care?
Yeah.
I gotta wake up tomorrow anyway. You know what I mean? They don't give a
Yeah.
shit.
You know it's fake.
Guys,
You know it's all fake though. When you look in, do a little bit of digging, you know, there's all kind of CV, you know, 1920, there's 18, 21 to 22, like that were already made. Like I said,
Yeah.
if people believe it or not, it doesn't matter. It's documented. It's on these websites, right? And
Right.
here's the kick. Here's the kicker. What they gave out as vaccinations, they were already made too. They
Ajay,
didn't have to do any
bro,
kind of.
Easy on
Yeah,
those
yeah, yeah. Go
take
ahead.
words.
care with
Watch,
the hot words. Yeah,
watch the
Sorry
words.
about that.
Yes.
Gotcha, man. But yeah, that was all pre-prepared. It was already done. Yeah.
Yeah.
guys, the
Uh,
technology these people have, we cannot even imagine. These black mirrors we are having in our hand, which we don't want to leave for a second. This shit is controlling us than more than we can imagine, right? So the whole this sea thing and everything, it's all technological, right?
yeah.
All the towers and everything. We cannot even imagine where they have reached to even put
But
thoughts in our mind. So that could
but
be also on a higher level, you know, like subscribed version for targeted people,
you
right?
know, I tell you something. You shouldn't be worried about all this because you know these people might have technologies and money and means and everything. They're never going to be able to succeed because for like 6,000 years already, people with technology they try to destroy the world. They try to corrupt the earth and corrupt the people. It never worked for them. But at the end, it just brings them to self-destruct. So as soon as you have people like with all that technology, working for evil purposes, they're gonna just self-destruct automatically. Doesn't matter what technology they have, it won't never work for them. They can impress you, they can scare you, but you shouldn't be scared. Believe me. They,
Oh, bro, yeah, brother.
believe
But
me.
the helicopter crash that happened recently,
Yeah.
these people can explode anything they want, right? So what I meant with technologies means like with frequencies and with certain chemicals and organic things in human bodies goes really deep, right?
Yeah.
Maybe for us it sounds magical or it's impossible, but they are beyond with this technology, the way they are controlling right now the whole situation with these black mirrors we are having around us. All right. So that's what I mean. Uh,
I know. But again, all this for I don't take a look at all this like something like dangerous. It's potential dangerous, when you think about it. But really, they won't be able to do anything. First of all, they need mankind, okay, in order to control and to. So okay, now you're talking about like they can remote control like a plane. How about cars? Today you buy a new car, you have everything like loaded with electronics. You don't even know what's in there.
Can't stand it.
They can
Yeah,
listen to you.
yeah.
They can do anything. They can
So
also control.
annoying,
They
bro.
can cut the engine. That means they can also
Mhm.
control the engine. You don't know how many
Yep.
car accidents there is. In Israel we have war, we have like terrorist attacks, but car accidents is the first cause of death in Israel, way above all the other ones. So that means car accidents. Nobody looks at car accidents. How many people die on the road every day? We don't
Yep,
know
I
why.
think you're 100% correct. And just to add to that, I don't think we should operate under fear,
No.
100%. But it doesn't exclude what I just said. I just want to say that we should just be aware of
Of
what's
course,
going on.
of course,
That's all.
of
Not,
course.
Well,
not
I think
do never make decisions being scared because you're going to make the wrong one most of the time.
Yep.
Of course, that's for
yeah, but
sure.
Gotta be
it's
nice and
important for the
calm.
people to know it, right? No, not with the fear porn thing, because this is what they want. Everything they put out there, they add that sprinkle that fear on. That's what it continues the game, right? The
Yeah.
show, right? But
But
the people have to be aware of
the,
what is could be or what it is, right?
now the big question is like, what are you going to do with that awareness? What are you going to do with that knowledge? That's the question. If you don't
Just
do
keep
nothing with
talking
it,
about it, bro. We need more people.
yes, that's for sure. But at one point again, you're gonna have to do something. You have to use that knowledge. Knowing things is not enough to just stop them. Again, it's good because when you expose things, sometimes it's enough to stop something. But at that level, we have to wake up. We have to wake up in order to fight those people. If we know that they are evil, we know that they have technology, we know that they want to kill us, so we have to fight them. What are you?
Well, the organizations of the people, like trying to come together in a bigger number always helps. But also, if you guys have heard the saying before that they have to tell us the truth, about their plans, and they put it in writing and they put it on the web, and that's under the agendas. So, and if you guys want to see where it's going with Agenda 2063, look at that, Agenda 2063. And me, myself, I think things are always freezing and unfreezing around the ice wall. And the center is always moving, the magnetic center. And that's widely known, right? Well, in 2063, hold on. In 2063, I believe the ice will be at the tip of Africa. And if you notice, this is where all the countries are trying to gain access to as of now, early. And I think they're trying to get, because like in South America, the tip of South America, there's a little canal between Antarctica and the southern tip of South America. Well, it's going to be like that with Africa at a certain point. And I think if you read 2063, that'll tell you a lot why I'm saying what I'm saying. But anyway, that's just kind of random, but I wanted to inform you all of that so you can know where things are going. But yeah.
I tell you something, I personally don't care where the ice will be, where the changes on the earth don't concern me, because I'm a human being. I can adapt, and I will always adapt. Whatever happens, we're survivors. Human beings are survivors. We'll adapt, whatever happens. And if those guys make agendas and let you know what they want to do, it's because they are the ones that are scared, because they want to scare you. Those people are the ones that are scared. They're scared shitless of us. And that's the truth. And they're nothing. That's also the truth. They're worms. They're nothing. They're just like kids with big toys, and that's all they are. So this is what we have to realize. They are only big, in our eyes, because we make them big. but they're nothing. If we just decide to get up, not just to wake up, but to get up, it's over for them in like a second. They're gone. They're just gone. It's just like all over our history. It was like that. Who Pharaoh was? Who Nimrod was at the time? Those guys were like invincible, and they get just destroyed in with one guy, one man. Every time one guy is taking care of them. They're nothing. They're just prey on the weak. So that's the way I look at it. It makes me angry. It makes me want to to just go for them, go after them. But don't be scared about everything they have, because they will never be able to use them, because they are not the only actors in that game.
Oh yeah, Dave, are you still there? Dave, because I see you 2 times in the studio and I don't hear you. Mic check, Dave. Alrighty, so I'll try to play something till we get.
What do you think this is? You think this is all a screen out the window? Is that what you think? Do you think all these people are lying to their children, lying to their husbands, lying to their co-workers, lying to their friends?
Of course they are. Why not? They have an ideology. They've been lying to themselves.
Same like he's lying, they're lying too. He wants us to believe that these people these people are all lying. Holy shit.
These people are crazy, man. They're sick a little bit. They're lying to themselves.
Yeah, and even if they're not lying, right, there's a thing called compartmentalization. So they don't know the entirety of what they are doing. They don't know the full picture. And so many people leave that part out. And it's very, very important, because even in our regular day jobs, I don't know what the boss is doing or what his plans are, ever. Okay, I just know what my job is, and I do it to my best of my ability. And it's the same thing that they do at NASA, same thing they do everywhere. All right. So nobody exactly knows the entire picture, just like we don't.
And they don't want to know because they don't want to know, man. They, it's good like this. Give them a salary, a good salary, like 15, 20K a month. They don't want to know nothing, anything. Oh man, what can I tell you?
Lying to their family, their mothers and fathers. And they're going, you are deluded. Do you understand? You are a deluded person, if that's what you think. This is a real flight. They throw them up there and they come back. It's not worth the money. And people say, oh, you would land so hard you would hurt yourself. No, there's a blast of air that comes out right as it lands.
Right.
You act like
Where's
that's impossible.
where's the mechanicals for that blast of air? Where's the mechanicals for that?
It's so crazy. That's so stupid.
They came up with that because
saying that.
after Shatner crashed down, I made a video on super viral about how hard it hit the ground. There's no paramedics and everything. And then they made up that it has a blast of air at the last second. If there's in this shot, you can see the bottom of it, and as the parachutes are coming out, there's nothing. It's a smooth bottom. There's no.
Did you see the
jets.
parachutes come out though?
Oh,
it looked like when they left the moon with the little spark it's like.
And think about this. That thing's falling, ripping. I have a video of a motorcycle, a Red Bull guy jumping off a cliff with a motorcycle, and then he has a parachute, and the motorcycle has a parachute. But the motorcycle was so heavy, it shredded the parachute, right? And it's going 50 miles an hour, maybe, down, and it's shredded.
Pounds.
So you got this capsule, tens of thousands of pounds falling out of the sky, and then a little thin, ultralight ripstop nylon thing's going to come out and not get shredded. It's so dumb.
And look at the difference between these parachutes and this clown show and the one last week when they dragged them out of the water allegedly. Look at the difference in the parachutes.
Right.
And the ones from last week.
Hey, I want to point out one bad argument on this. People are saying that the capsule was pristine white and it wasn't burned up like the one that came back from the ISS.
It was immaculate clean.
The ISS is coming from orbit allegedly, and it's going 17,500 miles an hour when it hits the atmosphere. This thing allegedly just goes up, stops, and then free falls down. So I'm steel manning the globe side argument for that. Yeah. Why would it burn? It's not ever going that fast.
Right. No,
just throwing it out there, for people to think about it, because a lot of people are making the claim it's not burned, right?
No, but
was it going 17,000 miles an hour ever? It only went 2,200 miles an hour at its fastest.
Right? There's no dust on it.
At least on the way up.
Just blow away from it.
That makes sense?
Nope. That makes sense. Yeah.
Or am I now a shill for pointing that out?
Nah.
I don't hear anything.
Another thing,
guys. I do think they did it on purpose. It's hard to think that they're trying to pass this off as real. But the question is Bezos a white hat and he's doing this to show people how stupid it really is? I don't know, maybe. But I think they lost a lot of people with good faith in them in that space stuff after this little stunt. That's how bad it was. That's how much flack they were all getting. But, they can always wash this under the rug. They'll stop talking about it. 9/10 out of the people will forget about it yesterday anyway, right? So.
Hey, if they did go up and down, guys, and I hear you, Gene, on that, because they messed up. There was too many little details that we see that others don't. We can nitpick it and tear it apart, right?
The video was friggin' terrible. That was the worst friggin' CGI. That was worse than anything in the past right now that they're passing off as real. It was worse than Starman. It's worse than like James Webb, Parker Space Probe, all of them. The rescue mission. It's worse. This is terrible. It's pretty bad.
Hey, check it out. Just to end it, I'll land my plane here. Is you notice the colors of the parachutes are blue and red, right? Well, watch closely in all the cut and edit when they're on the ground already and people are walking around and getting ready for them to come out. The parachutes are only blue. There's no red.
Well, that was light.
Yeah.
The refraction of the light bend it up.
Right,
and, we don't see the curve.
It's infrared underneath. Yeah.
Bullshit, man.
Right. Yeah, it's crazy. But
So
yeah, I just
stupid. And for this guy to go up there and call us what he called us, and he's defending this. Oh man,
Why?
I'm gonna go third grade on him any minute now.
Well, tell me something. Why those things always end up in water?
Well,
Why not on
because
the ground?
they don't want to crash on people, so they keep it away from the land. I think that's what their claims are. But why not? They did like they did it in the desert.
Well, 95% of the land is empty, like, in the entire planet. Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, in the middle of all this overpopulation is, swaths of hundreds of thousands of miles that are empty land in the middle of all the overpopulation, right?
That's funny because you know what? I tell you something. I believe because in the middle of the sea you have no witnesses.
Just the dolphins.
That's what I believe. But anyway, just a thought.
Oh yeah, Dave, I didn't boot you. You just got dropped out because there was a few people trying to get in, and they were dropping too. Even Truth Repeater got dropped by itself few times. And there are a few other people who wants to join in with strange names, so won't be adding you guys. So anyway,
It just blasts a bunch of air out from underneath it, so it lands like on a cushion. Watch. You can actually get to see it from the inside. She also talks about the fact that these chairs are custom made for each person. So when you buy your ticket, they take you into these chairs. They craft them for you because of the G forces that you might experience and because of the landing to make sure you don't get hurt. Okay, so it is a real thing. Get over it. And by the way, I've not just changed my mind on this. If you go back, you will see that I've always said these flights are real. I've told David Weiss, why are you denying this? What difference does it make? Flat earthers are the ones lying to you. Globe earthers are not. Let me say that again. Flat earthers are not the ones that you are. Globe earthers are not the ones you need to worry about. It's the flat earthers. They are the ones you need to worry about. Okay? Jaron, you're going to start promoting the jab next. No, I'm promoting common sense. If you think this was faked, you are retarded. Do you understand that? You are a retard.
Jaron.
Vika,
right here.
Vika, we have to hear that piece of shit tell me something. You have a good podcast. I love it. I feel good there. I see this piece of shit talking shit. I don't know. Okay, we have to learn from it, but I think we learned enough from that low life, motherfucker there. It just makes me want to puke. And just hearing his voice just makes me want to shit. I don't know about you guys. I don't know. I know you can stand it. I don't know. I don't. For me, when a guy betrays the way it did, and looking at you in your face, for me it's dead. It's like fucking dead. It's like talking to the dead. It's like being a fucking necromancer there. It's like
his voice is so irritating.
I can't take it anymore. Just man, it's like whoa, it's enough. It's enough.
Oh yeah, it's also for the people to see. See that
I know.
This is not. He's not psyoped in a way with the mind. He's a freaking good actor. This is what I'm trying to show.
Not even a good actor.
That's a very good actor.
There's nothing good about him. It's like it's nothing. It's a shame for the community. It's a shame for mankind. These kind of people, like I despise them. It's like forget about it. I tell you something. Respect is something that you can gain, but you can also lose. It's not something that you have to give to people. In the beginning, I respected that guy, but then after that, I lost my respect for him because what he did, what he's doing was So at that point on, it's hard for me to just like be connected with him in any way. It's like I don't even look at his channel or whatever he says, whatever he does, and I don't care. It has no value.
I blocked him on everything, bro. I don't ever want to hear nothing from that guy.
There's no value at all. Nothing like it can come up. Even though we made a mistake about him, even though he realized he made a mistake, he wants to apologize. That's over. I can't. I will never be able to go back to the way it felt for him before. That's not possible. I can't. I think that's me. I'm sorry. Maybe a little tough, but I know that's me.
Oh, yeah, bro.
I-
It's
we have to think
everybody's view and opinion for sure. Yeah, go ahead, RG.
I just wanted to say, does anyone know if these female not astronauts, did they do training to withstand like all these G forces on them before they were shot up at 2,300 miles per hour within 20 seconds? Like, how in the hell did these women live through this? Because at those kind of G forces, straight up, all the blood is like, I don't know.
Rushes out of your head, bro.
Yeah, and then they're released from the rocket and automatically go to 0 miles an hour, right away. Those G forces and from those G forces to almost stopping and then dropping, dude, them bitches would be dead. Excuse my language.
Think about what that would do to your vestibular system, guys. Your vestibular system is your internal gyroscope. It's a little tube inside your ears, and it registers your spatial orientation, right? So when you get off a ride that spins around and you can't fucking stand, that's why. It's because your vestibular system's got to readjust. And so I call bullshit on that for the vestibular system and on space travel and evolution. You can't have everything has the vestibular system, guys. Worms, butterflies, everything that moves almost has a vestibular system. Even birds have two of them. One for spatial orientation, and one is for like they don't even know why they have two. So it's all a crock, guys. All of it.
I thought they got pushed out of the back of a big plane, and then the parachute came out. I think that's what happened. Yeah, in my opinion, that's just me.
No, I don't think your vestibular system would readjust and bounce around as quickly as that. What happens to these people?
But everything is wrong with what they say. Everything is wrong. Everything is stupid. You have to be a total idiot to believe it. Being an idiot is not enough. You have to be a total idiot, because even idiots people, can think at one point, But this doesn't leave you any place to think. You have no room for thinking here. It's just like it's so stupid. You have to be totally, totally.
Well, here's
stupid.
the thing, though, Sam. A lot of people don't even look at past the narrative and the news. They don't even know. So you don't know what you don't know, right? My problem is with the people who we're trying to talk to that like violently defend this stuff. Those to me are a problem also, a little bigger problem, because they're the ones that are looking. They're the ones that are going, oh, we got this and we got this, and they're going to laugh at us. That doesn't make any sense, bro.
But it does make sense, because the lie is like a science. It's like a man-made disease. That means that even though people know the truth, they're gonna just choose to fight it if it's worth it for them. If it's worth. Look at those guys like Mac 2 and everything. They know the earth is flat. Those people for lying like this, of course they know it. Doesn't matter. They have to fight it. They hate it. They hate the truth. It's something not natural. It's unnatural. You understand?
All of it's unnatural. They're trying to take the nature out of us all.
Exactly. That's why the fight for flat, against flat earth is a fight against nature. It's a spiritual war.
Yeah, right. You guys were saying that last week. It is, man. It's a great way to put it.
It's spiritual. The more light,
guys, the best part is that even people who are not flat earthers are making fun of this shit, of this Blue Origin shit.
I know.
Yeah, because they can see, because in the end they're gonna, whoever is gone, they're gonna make them look shit anyway, or stupid, right? Also, so many are not buying this, and then when we have Mr. J here pushing it on the rest of the people that this is true, that we have to, if we don't believe this shit.
It's a degeneracy. If you it happened many times like this, many times before the flood, after the flood, the Roman Empire, the Greek Empire, all these degenerates, ruled the world at one point. Then they self-destructed. Why? All these evil people. You know what they used to do? The Romans. The thing they did is like it's not human. It's not human.
You mean
Those people are like totally dehumanized.
Is that what you mean?
What?
The queers, the gay, the secret society of gay people. Is
Well,
that
this is besides that gay? When a man goes with another man, this is totally anti-nature. That's we, and of course it always goes along with all the degenerates. All the degenerates are all gays. Usually they're all gays. We know that. Pharaoh was gay. Agag, all these people we know were gays. But it's not about sex. It's not about pleasure. It's not about sex. It's about an ideology of rebelling against nature, against the world. And for that, sexual disorder is at the base of all the other disorders, of moral disorder, mental disorder, health disorder. All the disorders in the world starts with sexual disorder. So this is why this is being pushed.
You sound like Sigmund Freud.
Yeah, yes, exactly. It's very important. Sex is very important. There is so many laws.
All the main major people that are in control of governments, like we see a man and his wife, but really it's a man and his man wife. And Candace mentioned that recently about the French wife, president's wife. Well, look at Obama and Michael Obama or whatever.
This is what we know. Soon they're gonna have like clones. They're gonna have like robots, and gonna believe that they're human beings. Everything is done to corrupt everything from at every level. So this is a war. This is a war. This is not. And I believe that most people falling into this, like gays and everything, they're mostly victims. I don't hate them for that. I'm ready to help them. With everything I got. What I believe that we should get rid of, without thinking twice about it, is the people that push that, people that engineer that, in commercials, in movie, making that like look cool, look funny, look good. These are the people. These are the true enemies. Those are the ones we have to take out. This is totally. Those are like Nazis were gays. It's known. It's been like hidden for like 80 years, but now pictures are coming out. It's like it was a gay movement. It's known. It's like it's on the record. So
I personally, I got no problem with anybody's orientation or whatever. It's none of my business. I don't really want to know. But when it becomes an agenda push, then that's a different story.
Yeah, exactly.
Private lives, I don't care.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. If it's like they're gonna say, oh well, it's my private life. What I do with my body and everything. Yes, at that point I have no problem. You can do whatever you want. The problem is that you don't you push it and you expose what you're doing and you push it openly in order for everybody to live the way you want to live, the way you say. This is where the problem starts. With education.
Oh yeah, that's why with the last administration, bro, they made all those changes as fast as they could, right? And then they made keywords illegal or punishable, like you know what I mean, like the certain words we can't even say on here. But it's
whatever I want to shit about the
call somebody that, now you're a criminal.
No problem.
Right. That's
man, nobody's going to tell me what I can say or not say. I don't give a shit about their laws, their rules, the police. It's not for me. I don't care about that. Believe me. But the thing is that, again, we have to learn from our books, because the city of Sodom, Sodom and Gomorrah, it was exactly like this. It was a city that was like 51 or 52 years old, very young city. In the beginning, it wasn't like, degenerate like this. And slowly, this is what happened. They started, accepting that thing and then enforcing it. And at the end, the law was that everybody had to be gay. If you were not gay, they would come and rape you. That went to that point. This is what at one point, did that to be destroyed, because they crossed all the lines. But this is the agenda. This is the normal, the normal course of this. At the end, you have to be homosexual. If you're not, you're not normal, or who are you to judge us or whatever?
Bad is that the people that go along with it, they usually make that trade-off for money, right? And that's why in the Bible it's important, mammon or money or wealth or power, fame, whatever that word means to you, it's a trade-off. You trade your your soul basically, or your ties to God,
Well,
right, for money or for fame or recognition. And that's where
Temporary.
I have a problem with it. That's where I draw the line.
let
You know,
me break it down more easily for you without going into the the question of souls and giving you souls to Satan or all that. Just it's very simple. A man that is very rich, okay, what's he gonna do with his money? Okay, he's gonna eat good. He's gonna eat the best things, the best food there is. He's gonna travel. He's gonna have the best women, the most beautiful women. But after a while, he's gonna be bored. You can believe me. If you get the most beautiful women in the world for after 6 months, you already get tired of it. You want something new because the excitement is in what's new. So at that point, then they're gonna start.
What you're saying, Sam? Whoa.
That's the
Why
truth.
is it impossible for somebody to love forever? What do you mean, right? Money
No,
is not
no,
everything for sure, bro.
no, this is the point. This is the point. Is that everything that you're gonna love that is earthy doesn't last. All the love that you're gonna have for something. Okay, eat lobster like every day, 3 times a day. Believe me, after like a few weeks, you won't even be able to look at lobster. Same thing with a woman. You can have like the best women in the world. Look at Solomon, the King Solomon. He had like 1,000 women.
I disagree, bro.
I know it's easy to
People-
disagree, but think about it. You can get at one point you get overdosed of whatever you do in excess. You understand? And being rich gives you the possibility to like doing things like too much because you have no limits in what you can do. So you're gonna eat. You're gonna have sex.
Yeah,
with,
if you got all that much money, you don't have to eat lobster every day. You can eat lobster once a year and still have something fresh and brand new every day if you want it. But I don't
Yeah.
treat people like food, though.
Well, the
you
thing
know?
is,
To me, it's a
yeah, the
completely
thing is
different
that we're
thing,
not
man.
gonna take money with us. We're gonna not take physical thing with us. What
That's
we're
something
gonna
else.
take is what we do, our deeds, right? In another word, in karma, what we do. That is what we're gonna take. The energy, everything has energy, right? Even money has energy. And so if you have taken money by not the right mean, it's not gonna fit you. It's gonna take 3 times away from you. Why don't the fucking people don't understand? It's everything about energy, right? No matter how you lived your life by shilling and grifting, it's gonna come back. If it's not in this life, the next one, right? So everything has energy, right? And if you cannot control, that could happen. What Sam was saying, right? You cannot, if you are just abusing and taking for granted everything, and everything is just coming for granted, it's not gonna stay. Hard-earned money
The
is
thing is
not
that
gonna fly away. Easy money, easy going. That's how it works in life. The way it's coming, the way it's gonna go, right?
but the problem is that people don't care about after death. They just want to live. For the moment, they want to live now, and they don't care. But they don't think about dying. That's the whole point. They don't think about this. And even Solomon, that was a big mistake he made. He didn't think about this. He asked for everything from God. He asked for wisdom, and he received everything. But the secret of immortality, which is the secrets of secrets. It's like you're talking about energy. This is like controlling energy, to be able to live hundreds of years, thousands of years without getting old. This is also, I know it's hard for people to believe this, but it's a science. It is a technology. We talk about it in the Torah all the time. So the thing is that, again, if you get attached, look, check it out, the way I see it. In this world we're living, that is a beautiful world, everything is dying. Everything just dies and regenerates, but dies. Like even a stone, like a big rock. After a while, with the wind and with the water, it's going to get small. It's going to become a little stone. And it's going to disappear. So everything you're going to attach yourself to, in this earth, is going to tend to bring you down with it. Even though it's beautiful, even though it's great and everything. That means that, again, attachment to things like physical things only lead to death. At one point, you're going to degenerate. If you attach yourself too much to that means that's why you have to stay detached to this. You have to use, of course, our planet, our world, and nature, because it's good for us. But the point is for us to grow spiritually, to grow in knowledge, in in wisdom, and of course, try to do good around us, until we can find that secret not to die anymore, the way it was
Yeah,
before.
but these are things that people have very wrong concept about death, right? It's mysterious. People are anxious and anxiety and don't know the unknown. Yeah, but this is the thing. You are born. You are born. If you feel and know that you are born here, the day we are born, the process starts of dying. We
Yes,
die
of course.
every day. We don't die when we die. We die every day,
Soon
every
as you're born.
moment. The moment we are born, we are in the process of dying.
But
It could be 1 day, 10 day, 10 year, 100 year, whatever, or whoever can go beyond 100, right? But it's always a process. It's going to continue. When the people really understand that, you start to freaking live, really live
exactly,
your life,
exactly.
right?
The way I see it, I'm alive. Death does not concern me, because I'm a living being, so I don't care about death. When I'll be dead, I'll care about death, and I'm thinking about death. But for now, I'm alive, so I'm thinking about life, which is, I believe, much harder than death. Life is much more complicated.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, bro. That's what we all are here for, to understand what is it, right? Anyway, before we continue, I just want to give a quick shout out to Richard Davey for getting the metal copper bracelet right now. Shout out to you, brother, for the support. I also want to shout out to Jordan for doing the same, Pasquale and Eddie. Shout out for the support, guys. Yeah, so we'll continue with this chill a little bit more, and then we go to the next one.
That's what I'm trying to say. You can be smart enough to say, oh, you know what? I see now where we live. I see now that this is just real. And I just need to get over it and stop being a douche.
Yeah, stop being a douche.
Stop being a douchebag. But you have a very difficult time doing that.
Because he's being one, right? So stop being a douche because he wants to be one, right?
And the pattern with these people, if you study them, because I love to study these people. I spend lot of time listening to what they have to say and the way they say things. But one of the patterns that they have is that they always accuse others of their own defect.
Projection.
This is exactly what they do all the time. And when they lie, they're just like, they're going to tell you the exact opposite things that, that they think, or that is true. That means if they say, like, for example, there'll be a good weather tomorrow, you can be sure that's going to be raining. Everything they say is it's fake. It's like not true. It's not, and they enjoy it. It's like they enjoy it, like to fool people. It's like a thrill for them. Like, these people are like the degenerates. They're sick. They're dead. For me, it's like they're dead already. It's like,
Hey, I have a question.
I think the only
Do we have to watch the rest of this one? If you don't mind this clip, I'm just getting kind of aggravated. I mean, it's your choice.
Just a little bit. We will. It's a very short clip. It's not very long.
Okay.
We'll just
If you
watch
think
it
this was fake,
and we finish
you
it.
are retarded.
He's annoying.
If you think this was fake,
Dude.
you are.
Dude, that thing looks of plastic. Dude, that glass looks like plastic. That door looks like worse than.
And look how small that thing is.
I was about to say that. You read my mind. Look, hey, up in the air when they were recording, it looked huge inside. They were all floating around and stuff, or supposedly floating, but
They had room
yeah,
to,
and then
to have their feet, they were all like kicking around and having a good time. They don't have room to do anything sitting down in that thing.
what's
There are-
written
there-
there? Karma. RSS Karma. Carmen? Karma? I don't know. It's funny.
but yeah,
Shepherd.
Gene, you're right. It looked like two different places. To me, anyway. Yeah.
Bro, this is terrible stuff, man. This is really bad.
Yeah, for the Globers, for sure. It's really bad.
Retarded. If you think this was faked, you are retarded.
2, 3, taking up space!
You can be smart enough to say, oh, you know what? I see now where we live. I see now that this is just real. And I just need to get over it and stop being a douche.
Yeah, okay.
Stop
to
being a
yourself.
douchebag. But you have a very difficult time doing that.
Talk to yourself.
If you think this was fake,
Hey,
you
come
are
on.
retarded.
Where did the fuck these people come from?
Liftoff. New Shepard has cleared the tower.
New Shepherd. Why do they call that Shepherd? What do they? It's important the names they choose. You have to understand why they choose names like that. A shepherd is something. Is a man that leads animals, sheeps. Away left and right. And
Yeah, for the globe chiefs.
so
For the
what do they call
globers.
that? Shepherd. Shepherd is like it's spiritual. It's like very spiritual name, a very spiritual function. A shepherd is somebody that cares, somebody that that cares for animals. That So why
Yeah,
do they
leads
choose
them
that
to
name?
where their house is, right? Their food leads them around where they're going to be
Exactly.
safe.
Exactly. So he's a leader. He's a leader of animals, shepherd. Maybe that's the way they see themselves, like leading us as sheep. Maybe to
I don't know,
slaughter.
but symbolically, those women coming out of the head of what looks like a penis is symbolic to me. It's kind of weird.
Exactly. I
Very
saw that
perverted.
also. Of course, that's
Yeah.
that's their god. That's the god for these people.
And that one, I don't know her name. Bezos' girlfriend had to show off a 20-carat diamond ring. What the fuck does a 20-carat diamond ring? What's that worth? Besides like $20? It's just like I can't stand these people.
Yep.
I really
Especially
can't. They
how
get on
they
my nerves, man. I hate to hate, but they're getting on my nerves.
You're not hating, bro. You're just telling the truth, man. Hey, and look, that 20-carat diamond is worth zero to me because you can make
Exactly,
identical
bro.
ones like that. You can make them in a lab now, right? Lab
$20 sold.
Diamonds have a value because they hold that in safes for decades in South Africa. There's like 80% of the diamonds being held in safes. The day they open the safes, the diamonds will cost like $5. It's nothing.
Oh yeah,
That was in like the 1930s or so, the 40s or something like that. De Beers blew up a mountain and fucking diamonds fell out for like days. And they started taking train loads of diamonds out. They were like, hey, hold on. These are rare. And that's when they came up with a diamond is a girl's best friend. You got to save 2 months to spend 2 months of your salary on your future wife's wedding engagement ring, because if not, you're a fucking loser.
Yeah.
Buy
gold, man. Don't buy diamonds. Buy gold. Check it out.
You buy a
guys,
diamond in Manhattan for 10 grand, you go across the street, you won't get 3 for it.
Of course.
Nope.
It's all business, guys. This is all business, right? Because they want to give value to something, right? As you guys are saying, gold is the real stuff, right? These crystals and glass, like it couldn't be even real, and these people are it's like the monopoly of this. Dave is saying, Wicca, watch this video from 2.25 mark. Yes, I've seen that. It's really hilarious. If anybody wants to pull up that video, because I cannot screen share. I can only play downloaded video. So if anybody wants to pull that video, which Dave is saying, that's really a hilarious one. What's up, Ira?
Great to see you guys. Yeah, I mean, when you take that, I guess I should point out, RG was talking about, I've been listening in the whole time, but RG was talking on this thing about the phallic symbolism going with the ladies coming out of the tip of the thing. This whole thing is a occult sex magic ritual, and they usually with like weird it's Crowley sex magic stuff. It's really devastating.
But every sorcery, everything that is cult and evil cult and sorcery is always based on sex and sexual disorder and sexual abominations, like sleeping with your mother, sleeping with your father, your sister. It's always based on that. All the sorcery in the world is based on sexual abominations. This is the basics. You cannot just get up without going through that that first grade.
I mean, I'm not sure about all magic. You know, I mean, some of it's just
not magic, evil magic, not just like
oh, you're
magic.
talking about black magic,
Yeah.
like
All-
the sex
all
magic
the-
is a
all this
conduit.
shit.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Because I mean, like, you know, because sometimes you can use it to heal people because it's like
Yes, of course. Magic
so
can use.
yeah, I mean, and then I was talking to people on some really interesting people on TikTok and stuff. Just, you know, you guys probably they know who you guys are, and that was really cool. But that was just one of those live rooms. These guys were taking the Agape Kingdom thing and turning it upside down, and they also turned whatever the patch they're using for the Blue Origin Katy Perry thing, turn it upside down, and it obviously pulls up like Baphomet and Baal. I mean, that stuff gets kind of obvious too. But yeah, the whole thing of using the phallic thing, it's like, it's even like the moon is connected to the women, and we know that. But people who are listening, that's the thing. The 28-day cycle is just synonymous. And then, you know, what are they doing by, even in the first place from the 60s and 70s, by taking phallic rockets and pretending to land them on the moon is, you know, it's a sick joke. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Well seen. Well seen. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it's usually, you know, Apollonian sun worship, that kind of thing. But anyway, good to see you guys. Sorry I wasn't here last week. I was listening though last week, so good to see you.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, you too, brother.
Same here, guys. Hey, and Sam, when you get a chance, and Ira, I'd like to do a phone call with y'all about some things on the website that you guys put together, and some good ideas. Y'all don't mind?
Yeah, I would love to. Get in touch with me after this. You get my contact, RG? We don't have to say things out loud on the internet if you don't want. But.
I didn't. No, just DM me on here or wherever, or Sam can.
Telegram?
For now,
yeah, I'm on Telegram in the group.
At my level, I'm just waiting for things to like progress in order to know what to do. I'm here. I'm available. No problem.
Let's go. I went to school for website design, so I just got a couple of like button ideas and pop-ups and kind of like some bios. But yeah,
websites are a nightmare for me. I'm good at art, but I'm glad you can do that.
Yep, but Telegram, I guess, on the group we can just chit chat back and forth.
Yes, I'll be available for the next 3 days. Finally, I've been working a bunch, so. But yeah, it's this stunt. I mean, even people I know who would otherwise usually snap back at me, about like, you know, space and stuff, they can't fight back on this one. This Katy Perry thing is like, but the Overton window is still there. Like, you know, there's still people who are like, I mean, it's really ridiculous because some people are like, I can't believe they went and spent all this money going to space. When they, and
that's
like,
their first click.
And we're just like,
oh my God.
But money is nothing for them,
bro. You know what? They didn't really spend all that money, and the second, they don't give a shit if they spent twice as much money.
Of course, because they create the money. They just money has no value today. It's not gold. Tell them to pay in gold. You're gonna see they're gonna spend money. They're not gonna be able to spend it.
Yeah, and it's just a struggle for some people because I think that like they're starting to see what we're seeing. They're starting to like peer their little eyes open. But I'm just being like, guys, like, no, my friends and I are so right about this stuff. You know, I just go about the approach, man. It's like the approach is just like, it's just to tell them like we've made our philosophical works about it. My favorite thing to do is borrowed from the singer from Black Flag of what he was doing to some interviewer, and the guy was like accusing him of being a sellout in like 1984 or something. And he's like, yeah, cool. How's your not band? How's your not new book? How's your not tour going? How's your not band, right? But we can do it. Be like, how's your not film? How's your not book? You know, how's that Globe movie coming out? You know, and how's that Globe Proof movie coming out that never came out?
They got dozens every week coming out with Hollywood and Katy Perry, rescue missions, Parker Space. They're loaded with stuff left and right. We're fucking bombarded with these creeps, bro.
But like the funniest thing is
nothing's real.
Or you just got to ask them, like, hey, is there one of them that can absolutely close the doors on proving we live on that, you know? And that's really fun.
But, but most people, you know, sometimes when you wake up and you just had a good dream and you're in your bed, and you're just waking up, and you don't want to wake up. You feel like you don't want to get up. You just want to stay in bed. You just want to just go back to that dream there. The same thing with these people. Again, awareness. It's a heavy load. It's not easy to.
It is. It's a comfort zone, bro.
Oh man, it's dangerous. And I tell you, so also, we're talking about like flat earthers, but who is really like a flat earther? I've been thinking about it last time. Believing that the earth is flat, for me, doesn't make you a flat earther. It's not enough to be a flat earther, because again, you have that McToon and these people also know and believe and understand that the earth is flat for lying about the earth all the time. So they know also that the earth is flat.
Yeah.
They're not flat earthers, like for that. That means that for me to be flat earther, again, it's like not only just be aware of the truth, but also fight for it, invest yourself. And the more you invest, and the investing what you have, what you are into that truth there, I believe that what makes you a flat earther. But
it's knowing the philosophical implications that are behind the measurements. It's not about the shape, but it's about knowing.
Of course not.
It's about knowing it's about the philosophy that got us there. Yeah.
Of course.
And I agree with you, Sam. Yeah.
Of course. It's huge. It goes way beyond the shape of the earth. Kidding?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm going to ask you guys, Vika, if you don't want to talk about it, it's fine. But I just wanted to ask, since we're kind of just speaking on flat Earth and the beliefs and stuff, like, what's exactly a good way to put it? Like resets have been kind of a topic, in the past couple of years, mud floods, stuff like that. Does anyone here think it may be cyclical, that these things are happening, and what to look for as far as, signs? Because there's a guy that's a chronologist that I looked into that says about every 140 years, roughly, there's, or maybe a little longer, early 1800s or late 1700s, something big happened to reset things, and a lot of destruction came with it. And it looks as if the geography, as you go back to, like, melted structures, is another, and then flood is another. And in my beliefs, in looking into the Bible, is it tells that exactly, that one age will be destroyed by flood and the other by fire. And it looks as if both of those have happened worldwide.
But
I don't want
several times, even, right?
RG, check it out. It happens exactly the same with the human body. How many times you had a reset in your body? How many times you had, like, you were not like
right. What RG's getting at is they might be doing it on purpose, and it's part of biblical prophecy, which turns out to arguably be like, that means whoever's even scripting this might be doing it intentionally too.
Yes,
but weather control goes too far.
I got a theory on this. Check it out, guys. I've set it up here a couple times, but it's a good time to bring it up. So the Bible says the stars in the skies are luminaries for signs and symbols, right? And the Vatican has a curious, a strange curiosity about the stars. They spend a bunch of money renting out space in Nevada, I think it is, for that telescope called Lucifer. They rent it out. They don't own it. They rent space out there. And the more, sometimes the timing of the rental space is more valuable. So they get the best time. They get what they want out of that place. So my theory is, what if they're looking for something that does move in the sky, right? Because we know that everything circles the North Pole. The planets, the wandering stars, got certain paths that they take. They're predictable. So what if some of those stars do make a little shift? And what if that is a signal that something catastrophic is about to happen?
I tell you something. The way I see it, these people that know perfectly the Bible, they speak Hebrew, they know the text in its original writings, they're experts into it. There are a lot of Jews over there, renegade Jews that don't belong to Israel anymore, but they're still Jews. And these guys, what they're doing, according to what I believe I understood, is that they know the prophecies and they're trying to anticipate in making it happen their way,
or maybe hasten it.
You understand? To not to ignite it, but to say, okay, now it's written that this and this is going to happen. We're going to make it happen. so people will believe that it's like a sign from God, but it's actually from us, and we're gonna hijack, those prophecies.
That would be black magic.
This is one thing that they're trying to do. But again, looking at the stars, we know that there is a science that allows you to understand future events, future times by looking at the stars. So I don't know how to look at them. I don't know what, but I've been in contact with that Mikey Smith there, and he's been lately taking pictures like something, like pictures that you have no idea, like what's going on, like videos of things that happening in the skies that nobody shows you. So I don't believe this is his phone that is fucked up, but he is actually taking like things that brings you to the conclusion that the stars again are like on something solid, some kind of a solid dark matter that ignites, that lights up like a Christmas tree at one time, and and we cannot see that with a naked eye. Only can see that through like binoculars and with a phone. So something is happening in the sky.
Well, there a lot of cultures have documented what they call a phoenix. The phoenix, it's a large comet with a long tail, and other cultures call it the dragon. Some other creatures call it like a dark body. Look to old paintings like 1600s and before that will depict these things in the sky. So yeah, I think signs and seasons, for sure, there's something that gives you a warning or shows you something's about to happen.
I want to add to that,
guys, this is what I wanted to mention before when RG asked, right? When I mentioned about Göbekli Tepe and why they wanted to hide it and what is the real representation, I think you guys know what is Göbekli Tepe, right?
Yeah,
it's in Iran.
Turkey.
It's in
Turkey,
in Istanbul
Turkey,
that they
right?
find that. Yeah, so that's like a time machine. Everything has been written on there, right? The same way the Antikythera mechanism shows that every 18 to 19 years, everything completes the cycle and starts a new cycle, right? So there are bigger cycles and more bigger cycles. So everything repeats. That's why
that's important.
The civilization knew what is happening, what could be happening. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So I want to add, I think RG is probably referencing the 138-year cycle of the High Phoenix, and it's like expounded upon by a guy who kind of the Jason guy who talks about how we kind of live in a simulacrum type thing, and I can agree with some of the holographic qualities of this, and that there are multiple realms, meaning like astral projection, and then the layers, but like obviously the physical layer we're on, what brought us together is that we know it's level flat. So that's so it's all a frequency and energy thing. But the High Phoenix, I think what he's referring to, and I've listened to this argument quite a lot, and it is profound. I can't attest to. I think even if that guy's like right about half the things he said, it's like it's better than nothing. It's better than what Jeranism's doing. And the guy seems to be pretty good faith, anyways. But and if he's if any of us are wrong about 10% of things, we have the ability to be philosophers and correct ourselves. Like nobody's sitting around putting knives to each other about being incorrect. However, the Phoenix thing is a very interesting thing, because it even goes back to like the story of Exodus, painting the lamb's blood on the doors to prevent the firstborn children from being harmed by some sort of frequency attacking thing. And the theory, I don't even know if it's a theory, because it's like it just seems like there's a lot of people who are just really actually trying to be in tune, and maybe the reset cycles, it could be that they're every 138 years, and then meaning the previous one will be like 1902, and then the next one's going to be whatever, and it could just be a lot of anticipation
42.
too. Huh?
But the thing is that according to what I believe I understood, what we are talking about here with like mystical images, I believe it's just about like space and time. When you think about it, you have the sciences of space, which has of the Earth, like biology, physics, mathematics, whatever you want to call them. And those are things that allow us to master the matter, like the place we live. We can control our environment and the place we live. But I personally believe that there is a science that is above all sciences, that is actually the mother of sciences, which is time. And I believe there is that science that nobody's going to teach you, but the science of time is very important, because time is something we have to take into account into everything we do, because in everything there is time. In everything you do, in everything you eat, everything you are, there is time. Time is not, I believe, just a dimension. It might be also an energy, but time is important to take that in consideration, because time is the imagine you can cross through space. Okay, you can just travel and go from here to Argentina and just go all over the earth, no problem. But imagine doing the same thing in time.
It'd be like a
crossing time.
The fourth dimension being duration.
That means that time does not influence you. That you just can just go through time. I tell you this because, of course, again, about the story of our people. For example, maybe things that you don't know, guys, according to your translations. But when the people of Israel was in the desert, okay, they didn't age. They didn't eat. They didn't even go to the bathroom. They didn't even, evacuate. Not number one, not number two. And they were like 40 years in the desert, and they stayed the same. When they arrived in Canaan, they were like 20 years old, because all the people above 20, they just died, but the other one that were less than 20 years old, did survive. That means that at one point when they came into the land of Canaan, they were all like 20 years old, and this is actually the age to enter the army in Israel. This is 20 years old.
It's like reverse entropy for aging.
So there is a science to master time, to make sure that time does not influence you, that you can just live, forever. We had a taste of it.
Whoa, hold on. That's not true.
It sounds like more of a physical manipulation rather than a time manipulation.
Well, here's the thing.
They might have physically manipulated the bodies.
Yeah.
Time is real,
rather than time.
but we say that we are made out of a body and of a soul. You don't know what a soul is, but it's linked to time. We know, for example, that everybody that is born with a clock inside him. That is supposed, if he doesn't get killed in war and everything, in an accident, is supposed to live a certain time. And we also know, according to our beliefs, of course, we might be wrong, but we also believe that it's possible to extend our lifetime. There are ways to do this. And
they're doing the opposite to us. They're shortening our lives with all the stuff they're doing to us. So I agree with that.
You understand? So this is a science. It sounds crazy. It sounds like not real, but it is. In our books, they say that it is. And this is the way our fathers were. The people in the beginning were, living much, much older, but they weren't like old and like, all like dying. They were like young. Like you had the body of like 30 years old, and you were like 800 years old.
It's the opposite of a machine. Like a machine wears down and wear and tear, but the human body gets stronger with
exactly.
that process.
And this is linked to spirituality. This is linked to that thing there. So time is to be taken in consideration in everything we do or we learn, because there is time in everything, whatever it is, whatever that thing is, that time is. I believe it's an energy of life. This is what I believe.
I'm a drummer. I got to decorate time, so I agree with you.
As long as you have time, you're alive. When you're dead, is that when you don't have any time anymore, that the time is over. So
we are ruled by Chronos, Sam. Right? We are in the Saturn, right? The black rock, where the time turns from the central pole and everything moves around. Everything that is moving around is also time, right? So this all could be a technology. This is what I mean.
No, you're right. You're right. Hold on. Okay. Let me just interject for one second, because it's important to what Sam is talking about. Time. See, I've always heard that word, and a lot of people also are curious like me. You can define what time is. That's the only thing you can do is define it. Time is only a word. It's a placeholder for what's happening, right? And what I mean by that is when you look up in the sky and everything is turning, it's a cycle, daily cycle, monthly cycle, and yearly cycle, right? And these cycles go around and around. And if they stop, if everything just stopped in the sky, we no longer have a perception of time, what we call time, because
Right.
it's movement. It's only movement of cycles. That's time.
Yeah.
Time is not some illusory energy thing. It's only movement. And people really, I hope to understand that. You know, if you stop if you don't move anymore, then you're dead technically, because time is gone. But you're not dead. You're still alive, right? It's a concept of movement. I want you to understand.
I'm almost agree with you, but I believe that the movement is the consequence of the action of time. It's not time itself, because time gives the energy for things to move. So you see things moving, but it's a reaction.
Right?
It's like time makes that happen. It's like electricity. Just
when you
look at
say
electricity.
hold on. When you say time supplies energy, that's
time is an energy.
Okay, there you go. That's okay. That's better.
For
like
me,
the
for
energy.
me, for me, yeah.
I got you. But when you say time supplies
yeah.
energy, yeah, that confuses people probably.
Well, there's a lot to be confused with when you talk about time, because it's not something that you can see, that you can touch, you can weigh, you can measure. You understand? It's like all virtual. It's like, whoa, it's here, but it's not here. It's like electricity. Can you see electricity? You cannot see electricity. You're only going to see a reaction of the electricity. Something
you
burning.
see the results of it.
Exactly, the results. That's what I mean. And even electricity in Hebrew is like a holy word. Like it's like whoa. So it's like if we think about it, it's important for me. If I had to ask something, from God, it wouldn't be like health or money or food. It would be time. Just give me time, because if I have time, if I have like 1,000 years to live, so I have plenty of time to get rich, to get healthy, to to have everything I need. And this is the story of Solomon. Solomon, explains that at one point. He says, he made a mistake, because at the time when he asked God, what he wanted, he was 12 years old. So at 12 years old, you don't think about death. So he asked about something, and God said, okay, so I'm going to give you everything. But he didn't give him the secret of immortality. And this is the thing this is the most valuable thing. The secret of secret.
Like 1,000 years, if you had 1,000 years, you would have to break that down to 365,000 turnings of the sun. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As far as days.
At one point, I won't give. I wouldn't care at one point. I would go to the bank, make a loan for please give me like $2 million, and I'll give you like a penny a day, penny a week, a month, or something. But if you have time is more than anything. And I believe that if Adam was not meant to die, it was because learning in this earth, learning about the earth takes time, takes centuries. You cannot learn anything in 60 years or 70 years. This is ridiculous. There's so much to learn. There's so much to learn.
So
and the point for human beings is to learn. We have to learn. We are built to learn.
Down here on earth, bro, what we've tried to do is steal what we call time from heaven, from the heavens, right? We're trying to make that our belonging, and run here, run there, 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Like we have no clue, right? Heaven and the movements of heaven, that's the only time that exists, right? And we just try to make it ours. It's kind of weird.
When you think about it, the guy that invented money, that in the Torah it is, you can deduct it is Pharaoh that started with the first coins. He had like coins with a hole in it, and with a stick they used to count the money like this. He's the first guy that invented the real coins. I know that it's not official knowledge, but actually it was made for this. It was made to deprive people from their time. I tell you how. Before the money, there was salt. Okay, you could buy all things with salt, like meats, whatever, clothes. Before that, before salt, you were making exchanges. So you had a village, for example, that was making clothes, so you had to go there to buy clothes. Then another village that used to make weapons, so you had to go there, and you had to exchange your products for their products. And the money for that was time. How much time does it take, and to make a sword, to make a cloth, to make eggs, to make and according to this, according to the work, the price was fixed. But the good thing about that system is that most people could only buy what they needed. You cannot buy like 200 million eggs. Where are you going to put them? Or like 1,000 sheep, or this is ridiculous. So you're gonna buy what you need, and at that point you have time. The rest of the time to think about nature, to look at nature, to look at animals, to think about life, to think about everything. So you have time. Now, as soon as they started with money, here is something that you have that you can put on the
Ultimate
side. You
hamster
can
wheel.
you can stock this, you can store that, and you can be richer, and you can increase your buying power because it's easy to store. It's not like salt. Salt was also like a pain in the ass to store. It's not easy to go around with salt. But with little coins like this, with that little coin here, you can buy like a ton of salt. So then now you can start working for money, and not just gain money to for living, but living for the money. And this deprives people from time, because it puts them into under pressure, and they're going to be like stressed all the time, and stress. And then they started putting taxes on people, so they had to work more to get more money. And this is how you deprive people from their time. And if they don't have time, they cannot think. If they cannot think, they start dying as human beings. They're very easily controllable.
Yeah,
So this
Vlad
is
made a
all
good
this.
point here in the chat about preserving things. He didn't use the word preserve, but he said it's good because about salt being a good provider to help you. To help you, like when you preserve your foods and stuff, you don't longer, you don't have to be out there trying to kill an ox or whatever, or a mammoth or whatever, to provide you to have your food last a while, but it gave you more time to go out and do other, like you're saying, Sam.
That's one of the advantage of salt, but it's very little compared to the rest. Salt was also used to mummify the dead, and salt actually you remember those cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. There was like 5 cities, and they were actually on in the Dead Sea area there, where there was a lot of salt. There were like salt mines at the time before before the God destroyed the area. And actually people like that were there were actually keepers, guardians of the Federal Reserve Bank, the World Federal Reserve Bank, because salt is not easy to retrieve. You have to go deep into the earth. You have to it's very hard, it's very tough. And here you have a place there where you have a lot of concentration of salt. So I think you have to understand that it was linked to the world economy, that area.
Hope you guys are doing fine.
Hey, speaking of Sodom and Gomorrah, y'all know they went out there and they finally, pretty sure, they found perfect balls of sulfur, like pure sulfur, not. They said you don't find that pure. Yeah, that was pretty cool to see.
They found the stones like black stones like that were like burned with sulfur. They found all the evidence of this.
And there was one one pillar. They found one pillar. I'm gonna land it here, but they found one slender, like 15-foot pillar sticking up in the distance, right, going out of Sodom. I think it was Sodom, right? But my point is, one pillar of salt that was that tall tells me that is Lot's wife looking back, bro.
So I tell you something. You can look at these books. You can read these books as a child and accept all the mysticism that is in it as real facts. And it's beautiful. And just like they say that they found like the Ark in the Mount Ararat in Turkey. The problem is that when you investigate, that name Ararat was not the name of that mountain like 1500 years ago. It just was given to the mountain 1500 years ago. And the flood happened like almost like 4,500 years ago, like 5,000 years ago. So the thing is that you can believe everything that makes you feel good. I understand that. I also believe that that she was became a pillar of salt. But again, when you read the text, in Hebrew, you see that it's actually an allegory. If you want, I can explain it to you. It's very simple. When she looked behind, it says she looked behind him. you can understand that she looked like physically behind. You understand? Just it's like it's easy to understand. But it's also you can understand that she looked in time, after him, behind him. And what happened is that, you know, you have to understand that a pillar in Hebrew, in all languages, has a function to support weight. That's a function of a pillar. You don't build a pillar like in the middle of nowhere. You build it in order to support some weight on it. So now a pillar made out of, you know, stones or, you know, cement, something solid, can, you know, hold a lot of weight. But a pillar made out of salt cannot hold anything. It's going to just like, you know, collapse on itself if you put some weight on it, because it's made of salt. Salt doesn't hold nothing. So a pillar of salt, it's an allusion to the housewife. The wife is the pillar. The woman is the pillar of the house. When she saw and realized what will happen between her daughters and her husband, she realized that the strong pillar of the house of Lot she was became a pillar of salt, where upon her entire household was going to collapse. So and when you investigate further, this woman also after that kept on living very, very, very old, and she became at one point the wife of Abraham, called Keturah, and she became like 400 years after that Rahav, which married Joshua. So this is, you know, deep stuff. It's not. I don't want to.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. I think we have gone too much deep in the salt. Yeah, salt is amazing for sure. Himalayan pink salt is amazing too. I use a lot. I even use the black salt, which is called the bamboo salt, which is like cooked salt, right? These have amazing properties, right? Salt is also good for ionizing. You know, it has a lot of positive and negative ion. What is negative ions? Like you guys have seen also the lamps made of salt, right? What is the function? Is to first is to take out humidity from your surrounding, right? A lamp of a Himalayan salt, when it's lit, it looks like an artificial bonfire. That light is very relaxing. Apart from that, it emits negative ions. Negative ions are good for humans. Positive ions are bad for humans. When we go in the nature, in the woods, we get negative ions. That's why when we go to the forest, it's forest, right? We feel the rest because there is the negative ions there. Guys, we have gone too much deep in the salt. Let's play this. Shout out to Eddie Alankar, our brother. We'll be seeing him soon.
That's good.
Let's play this.
Vika with another knee slapper.
So I had to break the sequence.
Sorry, what did you say, Ira?
I said Vika comes in with another knee slapper.
Guys, if no, we're gonna be gone too deep. Yeah, I'll play here. All good, but yeah, amazing information.
That's
everyone.
deepers, man. Deepers, not platters. Deepers.
So videos, TikTok compilations on the Blue Origin, which has given me tons of material to work with. You know, so many people came out realizing that this whole thing was fake. But anyway, I decided to make this video, and I want to credit True Christian for actually creating this whole thing. So it's very weird, you know, like I saw this video that Witsit put out begging for $10,000, requesting money after signing, you know, his contract with Duffy. So it's kind of sad, but actually it's something that you can expect, you know, like some people say, oh, he's so Witsit is bright, he's intelligent, but I don't see it that way. You know, the guy who partners with Jaron Campanella's business partner.
He said, would you go if Austin Witsit goes? I said, well, Austin's my business partner, so yeah, that'd probably be my first pick.
Signs a contract with Will Duffy. The guy must not be that bright. Okay, so I don't know, that's my opinion. So let's watch this and the commentary by True Christian, and then I'll give my perspective on this whole subject.
And I don't know if you guys saw, I did start a little, can't really say too much about it, or I don't want to right now. But I started a Kofi goal, because we have a pretty serious issue that I have to take care of, that I have to come up with a pretty large sum of funds for very quickly. So yeah, I started a goal. It's a pretty serious personal situation that I am not going to fully disclose at the moment. But yeah, anyone that wants to help with that's greatly appreciated. And if you know me or something, you can reach out to me privately, and I can tell you more about what's going on.
Analysis. Witsit's goal as
That's bullshit. This is that's bullshit. You know what? The point of this is just to make you believe that he doesn't have any money. That means he doesn't have any contract with anybody, with no CIA, with nobody. And
If you know me personally, you can reach out. Get the fuck
This is
out
how
of
this
here.
is this is how these people think. They think we're suckers. He has money, he has plenty of money, doesn't need money, but he just wants you to believe that he's not part of something. Because if he doesn't have any money, of course he's not part of anything, any conspiracy. If not, he wouldn't need money, right? So that's the fucking point. This is those are people. These people. I think we fucking stupid. Don't believe he needs money. Doesn't need money.
Hey,
Just needs you
you
to
want to
believe
know
it.
something?
Maybe it's the due
decide-
installment of the RV. Maybe it's that.
Bro, he was just talking about how much the flat earthers are joining the globe earthers, right? How much they gained. So he should have no problem with all the people joining in.
But remember, these people are liars. Whatever they say is a fucking lie. Whatever they say, whatever they fucking say, even if they give you the right time, it's a lie. Just those people just lie. They just lie. They just love to lie. It's like it's sex for them. You understand? So forget about what he says. So it's automatically a lie. Say what think, but what he says. That's all. You know, it's very simple.
Why not go ask Duffy? He needs 10 grand. Duffy can write him a $10,000 check right now. I bet you.
Yeah, but then then it will link him to Duffy, and he's not linked, to Duffy. He's not.
Hold on, when did he start this? Like, when did?
I'm not. I don't know what Duffy does with his money, but I'm just saying, 10 grand.
No, I'm saying
nothing. He just spent how much on a trip to Antarctica to prove the flat Earth is wrong?
It's not his money. It's probably not his money. It's probably CIA money or some shit. It's not his money.
I'm curious. Do any of y'all know? Is this recently when he did this? Started
No,
this?
it's got to be brand new.
Yeah,
it's gotta be brand new. I haven't seen
What I'm saying, the reason I'm not saying much on this panel right now is because if I find out this is real, if this is new, I call bull fucking shit, because twice now he said he lost his Bitcoin. He was doing this and that. Like twice he was asking for, saying he lost 7,000 grand, and everybody was trying to rally together to get his money so he could move to fucking Florida. Check this shit out. Check this out. When he was dead fucking broke. Hold on, whoa. I was feeling for the guy when he was going to move from, it was either North Carolina or Tennessee to Florida, and it's going straight by where I live. And I told the dude, I said, look, man, if you need the U-Haul money or something like that, I said, look, bro, I'll give you the fucking money right now. And while he was in the middle of his whatever he was going through, bro, and I haven't told anybody this because it's personal, but I was about to give the dude $1,000 just straight up, and I, whatever, and he was like, "No, man, that's too much money, bro. I can't ask you for that." I was like, "Look, man, just stop. I don't want to send you a money order, nothing. Just stop by where I live on your way down to Florida, and I'll give you the money, right?" And he turned me down, right? How the fuck are you going to say you just lost all this money? You can't move. You got to be out of your house in like a week. Your whatever family issues, and you don't need the money from somebody that is going to hand it to you. That didn't make sense to me.
He might not want to borrow it or something. That's
he's already been twice asking everybody for money. So if this is new, that's fucking crazy, man.
We have to understand we have to analyze the lie, analyze his attack. Like, how come he lies about this? So I believe they're trying to recruit whatever they can, out of our community, the weakest people. He's trying to to bring sympathy on him in order to to recruit more people. So that means these people are like desperate for popularity. They want to hold their position into the flat earth community because they need this for the next move. So it's so important for them not to lose that. And you're going to see all these traders, they're going to just gravitate around us all the time, and they're going to try to act nice, like nothing happened. But never forget what happened. Never forget.
All he needs to get is like $125 from 80 people. And that's 10 grand.
Yeah,
So
but
if he was charging $250 to have a half an hour dinner with him 6 months ago,
Yeah.
if
He
it
could
was
get
that
that
great,
selling coffee mugs,
he
man.
could probably get that money no problem.
He could get that selling coffee mugs. Like, just sell people stuff, dude. Just sell people
Get
your
a job.
Witsit logo on a T-shirt, and there's your money, Austin. What are you doing, man?
Yeah, for sure, that would be a bit more honest than just like give me this money or join my club where you're gonna get the same bullshit but with more softened up bullshit. That's what you're gonna get. What are you
Stuff like
getting in
you're
those
saying,
VIP
yeah.
clubs? Yeah. What are you getting? Or dinner with me and what the fuck, right?
Yeah, but
There are many content creators who are selling their merchandise. Is the one of the way that they support themselves. That is kind of legit. But crypto and all this dinner shit and just always after every freaking month one huge amount of money for nothing. What the fuck these guys have really done for the community?
So
Fucking
that's the point. The point is that, again, don't be fooled but what he's asking, because it doesn't make sense. His point is not to get $10,000 from anybody, but from the people that will feel bad for him from the flat earth community, to target these people. They're trying to, take more and more people and try to get sympathy, and that's the whole point. It's not about money. It's not about like $10,000. It's about this, just making themselves like poor guys that need help, and please help me. I'm not linked to nothing. I have not be paid for by anybody. I have no money, and
one moment, Sam. There's one guy in the chat. He's saying either way, we should have done more for the flat earth community than you all guys put together.
Wow.
Easy to say.
SMD in short form, Mike SMD. If you freaking know what we have done, you wouldn't have said that shit. These people have given more problems, and fuck the community. This is what these people have done, and blinded guys like you and many others are the reason these people are still grifting, and they're gonna still grift because you guys like you, blinded people exist.
They're not.
Right?
They're not even people. They're not even people.
Here's
It's
a good
fake
point,
people.
guys. Here's a good
It
point
sounds
is
like
that
a comment from someone I could ask. How's your not film going? How's your not book that you're not writing going? How's that comment section going? Fun, How's that? We're over here creating things.
But I'm asking you something, guys. I'm asking you something. That obsession these people have with us, because I've seen the chat also. They have like some kind of degenerates insulting us. They are so obsessed with us that doesn't make sense. I believe it might be like sexual. Maybe they have something like sexual for us, something, and some kind of attraction. I cannot explain it. I think we the only real men are the flat earthers. The other ones are like wimps. So I believe it's sexual. It's like a sexual attraction, something like it's. I don't explain it. It doesn't make sense.
Well, here's the thing, guys. That I noticed with these two characters that I don't know personally, but I did donate a lot to one of them, and it's only because I started watching a few years back, 3 or 4 years ago, and the progression of what he wanted to do, as far as talking and being a representative, I guess you could say, of the community. He came to the conclusion that he wanted to make that his full-time gig so that he could support his family, right? But he made it very clear, if I can't make enough money doing this, then I won't be able to do it full-time. So support what you love. Remember back a few years, everybody was saying that support what you love or it goes away, right?
Yeah.
Is that saying?
They always.
Well, if the guy's struggling and he can't make ends meet, stop doing it full time. Then stop making it out to be like you're doing this full time to earn money to support your family. Well, bro, supposedly you got 2 kids and a wife. You need to do something else to support your family instead of begging for fucking money.
Yeah,
this was the full-time job, RG. This was their full-time job, RG. That is the reason, and it's not working anymore. That's the problem.
Exactly.
Yes.
But the thing is,
full-time job is now part-time.
But
Yep.
RG, don't think these people are like us. Don't think like you have to, in order to analyze them, to understand them, you have to think like them.
not like us. They're not normal people like us, like regular people that
chess
want to do.
pieces.
So yeah, this is what you have to realize. These people, like twisted, evil, totally like out of touch with reality, and so this is how you have to approach them. They're sick, you understand, and it's not easy to get into a sick mind, but it's possible in order to know what they want to do. And this is like a sick mind. It's evil to make people believe he needs money, he needs this. Something I wouldn't be able to do. I couldn't do this. Even if I needed money, I couldn't do that. I can't do that.
Yeah.
I'll be working. I'll be doing something. I'll be doing some.
I think to illustrate Sam's suspicion, just to give it to anybody who's listening and confused, I think to keep it simple, it's like, just imagine this guy actually has a bunch of money that he got from the contract of this weird Antarctica stunt, in which it's debatable about what happened there, but like we really think they faked something about it. And then what happens is he might have all this money already, but then he's going online and putting up an ad advertising that he wants. He could use 10,000 as a matter of help, but that thing in itself might be like a double head fake, like Kobe Bryant 3-pointer, because it's to give people the illusion that he didn't take a shit ton of money from Will Duffy.
Yep.
And that's why in his heart he wasn't able to take money directly from RD, because he doesn't actually need it. It's just a chess move.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, and he knows that RG is one day or the other is gonna blow it up if he fucks around with his money. He knows that. He knows also where to take from and where to not. Right?
Yeah.
I only freaking remember Austin freaking asking for money. That's what every time I see he's freaking asking for money. This is what before going to Antarctica, I need this. In the last moment, I need that. When there was Chile, I need money for this. When he come back, I need more money for the cloud, for the terabyte of shit. And now again, I need money. What the fuck? And guys like this piece of shit in the chat who are saying he's done more work, he's taken more money than anything else. And just repeating shit from the laptop and reading shit out and looking like it's very intelligent. It's a way of making money, and it's been falling apart. That's the problem. You can see in the face of these people that it's all falling apart. Their full-time job is falling apart, right? For sure, maybe he needs money for whatever, but he will gonna continue asking for money, right?
Mm-hmm.
But don't forget that they are liars. That means you have to take them for what they are, liars. So every time they speak, you have to try to ask yourself, okay, what are they lying about? Yeah,
Why
just like the news.
That?
Just like the news. Okay, why are they lying about this? And then you're going to start understanding what's going on. Don't take what they say for granted for like the truth, because they hate the truth. It's like in their genes. They hate in their blood. So that means they're lying, and now you have to understand what are they lying about and why are they lying. And this is when you're going to start to understand, what they want to do, what's in their head.
Hey, bro, the problem with lying is you gotta remember something that's not true, right?
Yeah.
And then that's a problem. Like for me,
I would
be the worst liar ever, because
the solution for that is to believe into your lie, to believe it. You're lying, but if you see yourself as a liar, it won't work. You have to believe your lie, and then you can keep on going for a little run with it.
There must be something like that, because then after one lie, and in a community where you said that and you got to defend it, you're gonna have to create other lies to defend it.
Exactly, just like NASA.
So somewhere you're gonna lose it, hopefully, right?
Exactly. And what were they doing, Gene, in the debates? Gatekeeping the information.
Exactly.
They are not really debating. He wasn't never really debating. He was giving more points to the Globers, to McToon and all these. They were making fun of him. He was fucking going on other platforms and like, same usual shit.
And
gatekeeping of information. This is what you have done for the community. And now after all this grifting, you come with TFE, right? There are also many people already saying that this Witsit shit is already a globe earther,
Of
right?
course, of course.
Any piece of shit who's gonna come here in my chat and gonna say that these people have done more can SMD.
Yeah, but
right?
hey, I tell you something. Somehow they're right that he's done much for the community, but not our community. The Globers community, not ours. You understand? So somehow, if you look at it like that, you can see that it's true. He's done a lot for his community.
Either
very
way,
much.
deep down inside, people are not really stupid. They might treat themselves like that, but they're on a freaking hamster wheel that was very creatively and cleverly created. So we're trying to get them off that hamster wheel. It's not real easy, but I'm thankful for all this fake garbage going on, because on my Facebook, I got a lot of people I've known for like 40 years that laugh at me about this stuff. They're like, I'm watching them too. I see what they do. And you know what I mean? They're laughing, and they're not all laughing at this anymore. And little by little, I'm gaining more attention by these people that I've known for my fucking whole life. I grew up with these people, and it's really cool to watch, because I won't stop.
But
This is what I'm doing here. This is what we're here for.
And I tell you something. It's true that we are living something very special.
Yeah.
To be able to live through that period of time where we have access to the communication with everybody in the world and talk about all these subjects, and and see who we are. Because actually, the good thing the thing I'm thankful for, to the Globers, is that it brought they brought in me the best of me, because it's because I see who's in front of us, I see what's at stake, that I'm going to invest myself to the max, and somehow it's good for me. Before that, I had no real motivation to do something like this.
That's cool, man.
That fight is something
that's great, bro.
That's important, because
you gotta hit with the spirit of life, brother.
Well,
exactly.
Yeah, and I want to add to what Sam's saying real quick, and just say, if we're to watch Star Wars: Return of the Jedi, come on, everybody knows the best character in that shit is the most evil dude in it, Emperor Palpatine or whatever, right? So it's like it's not to accuse everybody the globe side of being evil, but it's the antithesis of what we're pointing out that motivates us to refine what we're saying even better. It gives us a little fire. So
yeah,
I mean,
it sharpens up. It sharpens us,
Yeah, and
so that's the good thing about it.
Yeah, it's that empty space in which is it allows us to become creative with what we've got, but it also helps us recognize, I don't know about you guys, but when I first found out about this stuff, at least in the Twin Cities, I think I was like one in less than 20 people around here who had even heard of this stuff. And it was a very daunting thing of like throwing books inside of my room, being like, I can't believe this, and we were all there. But, it really, once I knew that these measurements were real and that the proofs are there, I just knew, I was like, this is going to be the biggest thing we will ever see in history. This whole flat earth thing at all, because it is a part of the great reveal.
Yes.
We're just trying to help other people. We're giving them the tools they need to see it for themselves. We're not telling people what to think. And we're not even mad at people who are laughing at us anymore. We're like, yeah.
Well, the thing we understand them. The thing about flat earth is to understand things, understand the mechanisms of the earth, of the skies, and understand our own mechanisms, how we think, how we are built, who we are. Because these people in front of us, somehow they're still human. That means that the best we could do, if we really were good at it, will be to bring them back to the right side, bring them back to life, back to truth. If we could,
because
it's a challenge for us.
It's so much more beautiful over here, man. And if we could get people just on this side of the fence, with all the different things that are failing from the narrative, I think we do fine, man. A lot of great people could step up and be like pillars in the communities, and I that's how I feel, man. I'm here to start the 1,000 years of peace.
Yeah,
you
dude.
know, or at least
Same.
help bring
But
it in,
first we have to
man.
clean the house, guys. First we have to take out the garbage.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
Spring cleaning,
True, man.
fucking spring cleaning, man. That's all.
Thousands of years, 10,000s of years of peace, guys. There's no need for all, yeah, disagreements are fine. We all got them. We're going to have them. It doesn't mean it has to be divisive between humanity to me.
And when you think about it, if these people are in, for the money or for fame or for whatever, well, they can make more money with peace. You can make much more money with peace than you can with war.
Right.
When
So
you think
see
about
right there,
it, much
bro, it
more.
tells you it's not about the money. They don't
Exactly.
want us to be happy.
It's about
They
hatred.
don't
It's
want
about
us healthy, happy
exactly.
people walking around, man.
It's a disease. It's a disease. It's not logical. It doesn't hold. Whatever from whatever angle you look at it, it doesn't make sense. It's just a disease.
Yeah, Sam. How about being addicted to money? Maybe this is the reason they are fallen to that stage that they have to do this shit because they are so much addicted to money. Right? That's why I was mentioning before. Even the money has energy, right? So all the grifting that these people have already done is coming back. No matter, the more you're gonna grift, the more is gonna come back. It's gonna come out from some other way, right? As I said, you cannot just freaking because somebody who has worked their ass out, sweating and working and making that money and trying to give you something to support you, and you are there freaking grifting and not doing shit for the community and making more worse, it's gonna pay off in some way or the other. This is what is happening, right? These guys are real good actors, right? And easy money is not continuing.
Well, I tell you something. A hooker gives her entire body, an entire life, an entire honor for like a few bucks. These people are like compared in the Bible also to like whores, like that they sell themselves for cheap, for nothing, and this is the same thing. I wouldn't be able to sell myself like to be wrong on purpose for money. I don't think so. Even for like $10 million, $15 million,
yeah,
or 18 million maybe.
That's a if people get put in positions and situations because of the way the system goes, man,
they get
people find no other way around it.
But I understand them. I understand that we all have weaknesses. We're not like perfect. I'm not perfect. I also have my weaknesses. So they have theirs. So I understand that all this system is preying on our weaknesses, and these people have like weaknesses that
and our strengths.
Exactly. So knowing this, it's like a doctor. Check it out. Sometimes a doctor has to fight with his patient, with the sick man, in order to help him, and it's not easy, So if you look at them like sick people, or like children, it might help you not to just like annihilate them and just try to help them. That's the way I'm trying to look at them, as sick people that need help. But it's not easy because I don't have the means to help them. But if I could, I would. If I could, I would, because somehow they are also victims. Somehow
I agree with you, man.
They've been hit from somewhere. So that's the ultimate victory. If you can, if you can kill an enemy, so you're strong, it's a victory. But if you can turn him into an ally, that's the ultimate victory. It's like an ultimate, thing to do, because then you really killed your enemy totally, because now you turn him into a friend, into like an ally. So that's the best way to kill an enemy, is to turn him. And maybe one of the things that maybe you don't realize, but you probably know that Psalm of David that says, you put a table in between me and my oppressors or my enemies. But a table is made or to eat or to study or to discuss. So that means that the battlefield of David was, a place for discussion, a place for exchanges. a place for like making contact and sitting down with your enemy. That was his wisdom. It's not like it's not as the way we understand all the time that he was just like fighting and killing. But the best way to kill is to to turn the person into its opposite, like
Oh yeah, absolutely, brother. I just wanted to give a good shout out to Serene Hamilton. Big shout out to you, sister. Vika, the lower energy entities need to suck the high energy from us with the creator inside us. Seven chakra energy circulation. Yeah, it's all about frequency and energy that these people are trying to grasp on because they are playing with the frequency of the people, right?
Yeah.
Because they have made themselves and put themselves in a place and created that fake image of a truth seeker who's gonna save. Yeah. Huge problem. Shout out to you, sister, for all you do. Alrighty. I'm gonna play this one moment.
We shall soon see is to grift $10,000 worth of free money for nothing off of his cultists. He won't say why he needs all of this free money for nothing, so as to avoid scrutiny from his most wise and most discerning critics. You are looking at a screenshot that True Christian made on the night of April 14th, 2025. This is a screenshot of what the Ko-fi page of Austin Witsit looked like at that point in time. As you can clearly see, Witsit is begging his cultists to give him $10,000 as free money for nothing. At the time when this screenshot was made, they had already given him 41% of that amount, which is $4,100 worth of free money for nothing.
But this is it. This is what it is all freaking about. 41%, maybe now it's 60%, right? Half of that money, maybe some of his friend put so that the rest of the people put. This could be a fucking business trip also. Easily.
Oh, it will be a business also, and but I don't believe that's the main objective. But of course, if they can grab some money, by doing it, they won't hesitate.
So yeah, 50-60% already, right? Shows the indoctrination that the people are still blind.
So
right?
this is what they want. They want to identify the people that can join them, that can keep their popularity in the brothers movement still on. That's the point. They are losing their popularity. They've worked hard for that popularity. They worked for years and years, and they're losing it totally. So they try to save it. And this is one of the tactics they can use, in order to attempt to save it. Because, I believe that it's lost and they will never recover for what happened. And they should not. But anyways, just my opinion.
Oh yeah, between these two, Mr. J and Mr. W, they have taken a good amount and screwed the people for really good with nothing, only bullshit coming out. That's the problem.
Yeah, well,
True Christian has extracted the paragraph to make it larger so that we can analyze it more easily. Notably, Witsit refuses to say what the actual reason is for why he allegedly needs the free money for nothing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's like imagine any one of us tomorrow comes here and say, hey, give me $10,000. Why? Just because I need to, just I need it, guys, right?
Right. That's an easy one.
He can turn into he's a good looking guy. He can go like for a gigolo or something. I think he can make that kind of money real quick. I think he'd be good at it too. I think he'd be very good at it. A lot of old men there out there that can pay that kind of money for that guy,
Everything below the belt.
Yeah. And try to help.
Trying to help him get his money. I was saying coffee mugs. You're going straight for like.
A lot of people.
I'm not gonna say it.
More faster, right? Coffee mug is more hardworking, right? You have to work on it.
A lot of people.
But the Sam option is quick.
I know. A lot of people will go for that red beard there. That that Barbarossa there. Barbarossa. I'm certain. He can make even more. He can ask for more. I think he can make more.
You know what? Well, it wouldn't be warranted for us to make jokes like this, but these dudes, these two dudes that we're talking about, maybe there's three. I don't know. Whatever. They went to quote unquote Antarctica. Whatever. We don't know. Sort of we do, but whatever. Freaking they go to Antarctica, quote unquote. I'm just being skeptical, and they decide that their eyes are a great substitute for all of our eyes for the rest of the world, where we're just like, if we go, we get guns pointed at us, and also we don't have $500,000 to go. But you're gonna substitute your eyes for ours, and then come back to us and just lie to us based on some secret contract you may or may not have signed. So that warrants that warrants this roast.
Yeah, that's. I think we have a license to make fun of these people. We have a license.
Yeah.
No problem.
Hey, if I produced something like that, they'd be making fun of me too. Anybody did stuff like what they're doing would be laughed at. If we as flat earthers came up with something that Katy Perry did last week, they'd laugh us right out of the place.
Yeah. Like there's nothing wrong with selling things and get rich if you can, I don't know. But dude, like just selling people thin air. What? Like go get rich, but dude, like he's just like and it is like I think Sam's right here. It's like this thing might be a big old chess move. Like what if he feels bad because he already has like a couple $100,000 that was handed to him in a freaking bag?
Yeah. Well, you know what? It's probably not even him. It's probably if that was all scripted and he's part of it, all that. Let's say that's the scenario. Yeah. Then he had no choice but to do that. They told him, "Here's your next move, and here's your next 3 moves. I'll call you Tuesday for your next 4 moves. Don't say anything until I tell you." He knows. He's not. None of this is organic at this point. Then, to me, none of it. Yeah. Nothing.
We're gonna start calling Austin Anakin Skywalker.
I'm calling the other guy Karenism.
No, Jeranakin Skywalker, Skyfucker.
Sharon.
No, motherfucker, those people.
Oh yeah, and have the audacity to disappear for a long time and just make the guest appearance, but every appearance it's about I need this, I need that.
For which he is begging. In true Christian's opinion, all of this is very fishy indeed. True Christian doesn't know exactly what Witsit is up to, but in true Christian's opinion, Witsit certainly does not deserve any free money for nothing, not even 1 penny. Moreover, we should take note that usually, when someone is being secretive, that is because they are up to no good. Witsit is asking for $10,000 worth of free money for nothing.
So that's true Christian's take on this situation, and my opinion, like not long ago, was a fund set up to give him $10,000, and then he posts videos showing his lifestyle, RV, beautiful home by the lake. I mean, you gotta have money. That stuff costs like what, $1 million? A lot of people are struggling right now, and you sell your stuff. Some people are selling.
Maybe it's rented. Maybe it's just rented.
Like,
what?
I love how this video cuts into an RV tour with like $500,000 vehicles.
Yeah, look what they're wearing. How much more black and white do you want to wear?
No way. I didn't know about this.
What is RV tour? What is that?
It's
I haven't heard that either.
Well, if you rewind this, Vika, freaking see the RV is like. That thing's gonna cost $500,000.
Oh yeah, RV, it costs a lot of money.
Usually, when someone is being secretive, that is because they are up to no good. Witsit is asking for $10,000 worth of free money for nothing.
So that's true Christian's take on this situation, and my opinion, like not long ago, was a fund set up to give him $10,000, and then he posts videos showing, his lifestyle, RV, beautiful home by the lake. I mean, you gotta have money. That stuff costs like what, $1 million? A lot of people are struggling right now, and you sell your stuff. Some people are selling what they have. I don't know. I mean, how about his partnership with Jaron Campanella? They are business partners. So isn't that?
Maybe it needs
No,
10 grand for the gas.
should cost at least $500,000.
Yeah.
Yes, of
They
course.
definitely should have picked other clothes because there's a lot of black and white in those clothes, guys.
Maybe he needs 10 grand for the gas.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or maybe he have
Go
to
on
pay the
vacation.
rent. Maybe you have to pay the rent of the RV.
A fucking parking ticket.
Pay for the campground space that they're going to go to out in the.
See, that's why you have to think like you have to have a criminal mind in order to understand these people. You have to think like them. You know, you have to be like you cannot think like as a flat earther, like as a normal human being. You have to think criminal, because those are criminals. Those are like they're making fun. Not only they are criminals, but they're making fun of you in front of you.
Yeah.
I tell you something. If we had the authority, if we controlled the, if we could control this world, these people would be like sentenced to death quickly. Believe me, it's death sentence for them. It's like what they will deserve at one point for pushing such lies at such a level for so long. It's like it's a death sentence. It's a crime against mankind. So never forget who they are. They're like criminals, and they're like degenerates. And you have to think like that if you want to enter their mind and understand what they're thinking. And it's not easy because it's not in our nature to be like this. But we have to.
Yeah.
Just like know your foe, huh?
What we do have in our advantage, though, Sam, is we saw the lies and we saw through it, so we know how they think. They're tricky though. They are smartest and stuff, but they're getting worse and worse. So
yeah, but
you got to be in their mind, sort of, which is kind of weird, right?
To be in their mind is going to give you all the right angles. I tell you why. Because, for example, with in the flat earth community, what I saw is that most of the flat earth community, believed and still believe that the entire objective of that TFE was to prove that there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And when you analyze that, and when you enter that criminal mind of them, you understand that one of the points was not even that, because they cannot prove this, and they know they cannot prove it. But it was again to implode the community, and there were like side objectives, like other objectives that we have to understand, and they succeeded into this somehow. Somehow they had some kind of a half a success into doing this. So we have to understand that the goal is not what they say. They are liars. If they say we're going to Antarctica to prove that there is a 24-hour sun, it's everything but that. It's the reason is not anything else. I agree with anything else but this. So
they
that's the
couldn't
thing. You
do
have to
it
understand
before
what's
this
their
year,
tactic.
though. They could only they couldn't before this year where they did it. We would see the 24-hour suns, whatever, and it was all edited footage, copy paste clouds, and then I mean just to get these people to kind of rug pull themselves. It's the ultimate Pinocchio.
Yeah, exactly. But when you enter their mind, you can understand things. For example, that thing in the TFE footage where you see the TFE logo going on from the green screen technology. So people are going to say, "Well, but it's just like a mistake. It has nothing to do. They didn't use green screen technology." So you have to be stupid to believe such an argument. You have to be a fucking idiot. You know why? Because first of all, why do you need green screen technology into a place where you're supposed to observe a natural phenomenon? This is one. Second of all, if they brought that technology that was active, do you think they brought it not to use it? So you have to be a fucking idiot, that they didn't use it. So when they bring the technology, you fucking idiot. You understand? So this is how you have to think. You have to be sharp and understand those things, how to think, because people are going to try to deviate you to say, oh no, it's not that, but it's not true. It's that. They use green technology. They use it. I don't know how. I don't know why and on what, but they use it because they brought it. And why do they need to bring it? So just that thing that the TFE thing that shows up, proves that it was already like a fake thing going on. So something fishy was going on.
And they might be disclosing it in plain sight. Like, I think it's just a thing where it's like these people they don't know what they're doing, in the sense that, like, I think they just assume everybody's just nice and docile about this, and it's like you just went and created the most confusion to dissuade people and lead them spiritually astray from knowing where they have been living their whole lives. That is kind of cruel and messed up, but like, dude, like, and then on top of the freaking 10,000 thing, I obviously before this RV showed up, I didn't know this dude had all this. I had no idea.
I didn't know too. I didn't know either.
So I mean, I like, look, man. Personally, if that guy was just okay, you got really rich doing all this, I'd be like, dude, cool, man. But like, awesome, sell your coffee mugs, whatever. But like, to beg for 10,000 when you could easily sell your $500,000 ass freaking RV.
So that's the thing. When you see his lifestyle, it's a millionaire's lifestyle. If you have like a few hundreds of thousands of dollars worth with the RV there, AV, I don't know what you call it, and if you have like a nice house and everything, that means it's in the millions. And anyways, for such a move, what he's done, like to turn onto the flat earth community, this is something you pay like very good. You pay like 10 million, 20 million in bitcoins or what the fuck ever. It's not something you're not going to give like $200,000 for a guy for doing this. To do this, it's like in the millions.
Dude,
and it's nothing.
You pay him in Bitcoin.
They might have had leverage on him,
Yeah. No, because
it wouldn't take 10 million. I don't think it would take 10 million.
No.
If they guaranteed him a house, you got no more bills. And a couple of other amenities.
Of course.
Sold.
Yeah, of course. Not only they give him money, they also make him understand that they cannot get out of it because they can get whacked or whatever.
They're gonna lock him into it, or they're gonna follow up on their promises if they don't.
I tell you something. You have to understand that the secret services like CIA and everything, those people are specialized into turning anybody. Dude. For example, I was involved into a terrorist attack in Israel, like in 2008, where there was a guy that was driving a big caterpillar, like something like 16 tons of caterpillar, and he was going for a rampage, like killing people around. Okay. So I had to shoot him down and everything. But the thing is that guy was an Arab, but an Israeli Arab. The thing, he was married with a Jewish woman. He had money. He had children. He had a good house, a nice house. He had everything for him. He was young. So how the fuck do you turn somebody like this? It's not by ideology, because that guy is married with a Jewish woman. So he's not against Jews. He has Jewish kids. He lives in a Jewish country and he makes money in the Jewish country. Like he cannot make that kind of money in no Arab countries. So it's good here. It's a part of our community. That means that, they can turn such a guy with children, with a wife, with a house, with money. They can turn him into a criminal and he knows that he's going to die. It took him like 400 yards and he died. Like he just made like 400 yards. That's it. And he died. So the thing is that, those people are experts into like turning anybody. They can make pressure on him. It's a profession. You understand?
I mean, have you thought about the, I think this might have some truth to it, but like how a lot of these things are tied into some of the pharmakia, such as like stuff like Prozac. Some of the psychiatric treatments turn people and they activate something like more maybe parasitic or demonic within
ultras, man.
But something that you don't know, but all terrorists in Israel, they're all drugged. One time they caught somebody. A lot of it. One time they caught a terrorist like this. He was like going around like this, like a drunk man, trying to press on his bomb like this. He couldn't get it off, and people were like, what the fuck is doing? And they caught him and they opened up his shirt and they saw all the explosives on him. And he was drugged. They drugged them. Of course, they have to.
And did they drug him, or was he just prescribed and just drugged?
No. He said, no. They drug him. And they even have like a remote control from far away, so that means that if he decides not to, blow himself, they're gonna just blow him up. It's like it's a non-business.
Like it's like they pinch him, and then this is why I use the Pinocchio metaphor in my films a lot.
So they usually they usually take people that have problems, with their family, money problems and everything. They're going to tell them, okay, you're going to kill yourself, but then we're going to give money, and they do keep their promises. They give money to the family, they give money to this, and for them, like $20,000 or $30,000 is a lot of money. It's like 10 times that. So it's some people are desperate, they're in situations where they don't care anymore, so they use these people. It's like it's a crime. It's like a mafia. It's a mafia.
And that's the worst thing.
Guys, let's play this a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit, and then you can add.
Working, perhaps it's not working, So that's maybe that's what you get, when you sign a contract with Duffy. Oh, yeah, this is the guy who actually gave him $230. They gave this money to Witsit to have the telemetry data. All he got right now is a trust me, bro, no data from the supposed 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
As far as anyone knows, Witsit has no job and never does any work for his money. Rather, he only leeches free money for nothing off of his cultists, which is something that we are seeing 100% proof for right now.
Yeah, obviously took a break, long break, and thought about coming back a couple times. Thought about never coming back, to be honest.
Witsit never coming back? Yeah, right. Why would Witsit give up his grifter gravy train, from which he is always leeching, like a parasite, endless amount of...
What did he say there? What did he say? That he didn't want to come back? Or he wouldn't have come
maybe
back?
gonna never come back. Like he's trying to create an illusion of artificial scarcity of himself to his super chat viewers.
Exactly.
Yeah. Just move.
Exactly. A bad one.
Do a favor to the community. Disappear, bro. Be in your RV. Go live a hippie life. And your controller is gonna give you monthly whatever, and just disappear. Do us a favor.
They might just kind of fade into the scenery, and who knows.
The thing is that what I don't realize is people is that they are in danger, because to be part of such a plot like this and receiving money, and they know this, they know all these things, that they can become at any time they can become like a whistleblowers. So these people, they don't understand, but by taking their money, by making a contract with these people, they put themselves in danger, because what they do, usually CIA and all those people, they kill those people after a while and let them leave and everything, and then they make a car accident or some shit, and then it dies, because it represents it's not worth it to have him alive. Why? It's a danger. He can talk. You never know. Just let him, give him some money for what he did, and then we fucking walk him. That's the way they do it, like mafia and everything.
And I hope that doesn't happen to him at all. I hope he, I wish he was able to somehow dig himself out of the hole he's dug himself into. But like, it is true. Like these people are not to be trusted. Like, what are you doing? Like Dave Weiss was right to not go. Like that. I talked to him the other day one-on-one, and yeah, he was right to just say, no, I'm not going with these people. I don't trust them. And look what's happening. Like, we're seeing it unfold.
Hey guys, I just watched a movie last week from the 70s. Gene Hackman was in it, a famous actor over here. You probably might have heard of him. Mm-hmm. It was called The Domino Effect, I think it was called. The Domino Effect.
Okay.
And I don't want to give too many spoiler alerts in case you're into watching movies like that, but I try to look at movies. I stopped watching movies forever, long time, years and years. And now recently in the past year or two, I'm like, I got to start watching stuff again, because they're telling us all kinds of little things in these old movies, man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right? So
it's communication.
Domino Effect. I think that's the name of it. Gene Hackman and the Domino Effect. You'll find it.
I'm ready.
They took this guy out of jail. He had 15 years to go, and they took him out of jail to do something. Okay? They gave him a house, they gave him a bunch of money, and a list of things to do and not do. That's all I'm going to say. And the dominoes fall in a peculiar way. And I just saw a lot of this embedded within the movie, and a lot of that movie embedded in the final experiment. How people could be in a circumstance that we don't know. This guy happened to be in jail in the movie, so it was obvious. But who knows what kind of circumstance or what kind of offerings? Like I said, man, there's somebody to pay the bills for the rest of my life, guaranteed. I don't know. That's a hard one, bro, to walk away from. And
it depends how long it's going to be your life.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
It's
well, I'm just saying, you go 150,000 different ways after you take that money, but the offer's there. Could it have been forced upon him and say, look, here's your parameters? Or could it have been offered and said, look, here's your parameters? But either way, he's got a barricade he's got to stay in at this point if that was the deal.
He's got an Overton window to stay in. The same thing happens, Gene and Sam, Vika. The same thing happens. Well, I'm not going to spoil or say anything. Walking Dead ended, and then it moved on to some Splinter stories, which are actually really good. One of them was with the actor Jeffrey Dean Morgan, plays the character called Negan, and there is an example of him actually getting pinched in this exact same scenario. And he's kind of like an anti-hero character, kind of like, he's like a character almost kind of like what Sam's describing. It's like they perceive him to be an enemy in the middle of the Walking Dead series, and later on he becomes this guy who's just like actually becoming useful, and the alliance makes them all stronger in the end. But like he gets pinched by a new form of like opposition in a very cruel and like a very witching way, and he's pinched, so he has to bring back his old evil character and play it on that world stage they have in the post-apocalypse of New York City, in the Dead City show, Walking Dead Dead City, and that's an example of how that can play out, and it's not only believable, even from the point of writing and fiction, but it's like, no, there's a formula, and these shows are showing us a formula, and that formula is a tale as old time. Old novels get into this stuff like this. Dostoevsky novels get into this. It's so.
The thing is, when you analyze things, it's like it's funny because they're using actually fiction to expose reality, and they're using reality to make you believe like fictional things. So that they play with that, and I believe that you're actually right, Gene, that. Through movies, we can understand a lot because they're using that as a communication tools. Not for everybody. You have to, you have to translate, what they're trying to tell you.
You got to look past the plot. Yeah. Oh, by the way, guys, I'm sorry about that, but that movie was called The Domino Principle.
Oh, Domino Principle. Okay.
Bro, it might be a little slow, but I was captivated by that movie. I saw what they were talking about, and the way.
Yeah, slow is good.
Yeah, but too slow is not good.
I don't know, man. I think you could put intermissions in a film. That's what mine does, Sam. 4-hour film, but it's actually 3 films, right? And that's the thing is like, when you break that up and you spread it out. I mean, I like. Well, I think things like what we're talking about in this realm of philosophy and stuff. Yeah, I mean, we do need to like be able to just like. I think that's actually been the problem with producers, and the problem with Hollywood is that a lot of information can be condensed too much. Like, the movie Watchmen, written by Alan Moore, and screenplay was done by that guy David Hayter. He's the voice of the guy from Metal Gear. The cool thing about that is the theater version is terrible, doesn't do any justice to the actual book I read, but the director's cut is like 4 hours long. And it's the best movie, but you have to be patient. Like you have to have the discernment for yourself to like, pause it if you want to go to the bathroom and watch the rest tomorrow. Like
no, I don't care if a movie is good. I'm gonna watch it like for 6 hours. I don't care. Like the Star Wars, I was watching them like for 6-8 hours. I don't care because I love it. If I want to go to the bathroom, I'll go. It's not a problem. But I just like devour them. I love it. I have no problem. If it's a good movie, I have no problem to just learn from it.
Right.
Gene will come out Gene got cut out. He got dropped, so you can join back, Gene. We didn't boot you. Yeah. And Truth Trollett was mentioning before that Austin has his regular donate button where it used to have the goal amount, percentage, and description for the goal. So that means the goal is complete or it's been taken out.
Yeah. And then he wiped it from the internet because it kind of reveals the chess move here.
Or him or his supervisors, you know. I don't
I
believe
mean,
he's
him
doing
walking
everything.
around in his RV is like, and asking, come on, I've never had an RV in my life. Like, come on. I'm not out here begging for 10k for thin air. What?
This is a
Free
game.
money
This is a
for
game.
nothing.
That's a game. It's a game.
Off of his
Stupid game.
cultists, who had to work hard for it. Only someone with morals and ethics would refuse to continue with their grifter parasite lifestyle. But right now we are not talking about someone with morals. Rather, we are talking about Austin Witsit.
So I was trying to decide what I wanted to do going forward and if I wanted to keep streaming and etc. And I did decide that I want to keep streaming, so we're back.
Translation: more shilling and more grifting from Austin Witsit is still coming.
So I agree 100% with True Christian right there. This coming back is not going to be good for Flat Earth. It's just more ways for him to take more money. You know, beautiful, you saw that beautiful studio set up, audio set up and everything. So, you know, it was going to go forever, but it comes back. Why? Because he needs $10,000. Just saying, think that the whole thing, you know, TFE, Jaron Campanella, Austin, David Wise, you know, these guys behind the cameras, you know. You probably have seen a couple of videos of Jaron attacking David Wise, but that's just a show, just for the cameras, because they are all pals, they're all friends behind the cameras. So that's my take, you know, all credits go to True Christian for putting up this video, but I decided to make a short one and to comment on that. So take care, guys. See you soon. God bless you.
Yeah, there was Eddie, Alantar, Flat Banjo. Yeah, this is the thing. So maybe the goal is completed. Yeah, it just shows like how still the communities needs to be on the right track, because this is the thing. When everything is done in the wrong direction, nothing is happening, nothing consistent, and nothing solid is happening. It's just like, yeah, we're gonna do this. Yeah, we're gonna reveal the truth. Yeah, we're gonna save the Flat Earth. Yeah, we're gonna.
Well, they can only do what they are. You know, they can produce what they are. You know, and they're liars. They're like empty people. They're not going to produce nothing positive. You know, these people is like. That's why I don't know if it's worth talking about them so much. You know, it's like, okay, you know, we can learn from these fucks, but you know, the thing is that, you know.
Yeah, bro. But the problem, brother, Sam, not everyone is like you, bro. There are many who are still sleeping, being flat earther, thinking that they're gonna get some truth from these people. This is the problem. That is why we are showing it to the people, right? It's not that we started seeing it from the TFP, as I mentioned before. I've been seeing this much more long before than TFP.
So
Much more long.
That's the whole point. Now, the question is this: you're always going to have like people, like stupid people that they cannot think for themselves, that can believe shit and that are naive. You're always going to have these kind of people. So now my question is that, you know, do we have to concentrate on them, or do we have to concentrate on the, you know, the best ones in order to do something? That's the thing I'm saying, is that, you know, today with all the information that we have, you know, a true flat earther shouldn't commit that kind of misjudgment. Like, you know, we know what these people are. How can you fall for that shit? How can you be a flat earther? You know all the trickery from NASA, from the news, from everything, and then you fall for that shit. It's not, for me, it's not possible. There's a problem with the flat earther that still can believe in them. I agree that we have to always, like, you know, make sure that these guys are exposed. But somehow it's like it's a dangerous game, because by the time you expose them, while exposing them, you're also going to give them light, give them some aura, some power, some popularity. And this is what these guys are after. They're after their popularity. They're trying to preserve it, to retrieve it, because they've been losing it. So the thing is that we have to be wise on how, on one side, prevent these people from fooling the flat earthers, and on the other side, not to give them too much attention, which that's what they want. I'm also the same. I also say to the Globers, just talk about me. I don't care if you insult me. If you just as long as you talk about me, I'm happy. Just talk. There's no such thing as a bad publicity. So that's what I'm saying also. But we have to to be careful. By watching that guy just speaking,
this is have been Sam. This is have been their golden word, right? There is no such thing as bad publicity. Yes, I believe in that too. But it's too many times. Same shit. Every time you're not gonna paste the same gravy, same sauce.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people who fall for the TFE thing or whatever, I feel like a lot of those people are working 9 to 5s, like 5 days a week, and they don't. It's like or whatever. They just might be overworked, and they don't have the aperture to zoom out because they haven't seen as much stuff as we have. We're
right, and then they gotta sift through it too, Ira. Right,
and that's why they would fall for it, and that's why we can see through it. But it's not, I'm just, I like guiding people and stuff and helping pull the wool off eyes. But especially people asking the right questions. But people have come up to me being like, yeah, I've got a very few free time, but when I do, I am tuning in to whatever, this and that, and and that's usually a good faith thing. So it's like, it's just to assist Sam's point, I think it's just it's important for us to just be able to retain our context with each other here, and then just pass the message along, even if we gotta make a freaking PDF about it or something, to kind of like, hey, here's how we can keep up with the context of what we've already been saying. And that's where I think that these conversations will be especially useful when we re-listen to them at some point in time when we're trying to like really be philosophers about this. Yeah.
That is a good history to look back on, bro.
Yeah.
You don't see a lot of these conversations going on.
No, dude.
But I tell you something. I believe in these chats that we're having, here, at Vlad's channel and everything, because somehow I don't believe that we can fuck up anyways, because whatever we think, even though we have like different opinions and everything, because since what's brings us together is the quest for truth, we cannot lose, we cannot fuck up. Because even though we might have like different opinions, we might be wrong on some points, we're always going to fall back on our feet. We're always going to just make it to the truth, because we want it, because that's our goal. So I have a lot of faith in all these little chats, little debates between us, because they're very important. Very important.
Yeah,
very important.
And I think for people who aren't even listening live, there's a lot of people like me. I mean, even last week, like I wasn't in the chat with you guys, video chat with you guys last week, but like, it was nice that Vika left it up on his channel and I could go back to it like 4 days later when I was free, So that's kind of like, I think that's we're seeing a snowball that becomes an avalanche here.
Yeah. Well, what I do sometimes when I miss like a chat podcast, so when I help my wife clean the house, or when I do like chores in the house, so I put that on a boom box there, and I listen to that as I clean up, as I set up things. So it's good. It's better than listening to the news or to
or NPR.
It's interesting.
It's better than listening to actual war hawks softly, kindly talk to you through their nose with little condescending trumpet music on National Public Radio. That's our conversations are much better than any of the trash that those people provide.
What do we got here? Mont Rossman. I know that.
So we have this last clip that we have to play. Let's speak about that too a little bit. I'm gonna play this.
Final embarrassment Today, final experiment creator Will Duffy is in ridiculous and absurd his final experiment actually is. He's going to do that by highlighting the hypocrisy that resides within his heart. This man doesn't know whether he's coming or going. On one hand, he claims his observation in Antarctica proves something that's physically impossible to be true. But on another hand, when it suits him, sky observations have no relevance whatsoever regarding the Earth. First, we're going to entertain a very short clip of the cheesy trailer regarding this daft pantomime that he's been pushing. And then we're going to let Mr. Final Experiment himself, Will Duffy, destroy his final experiment for all of us. Not that it needed destroying, it had no relevance whatsoever. The moment these people started claiming physical reality had changed based on claims regarding an observation in Antarctica, you knew they weren't the full ticket. But hey, let's entertain some cheese.
Hey everyone, we are live from Antarctica.
It's never been done before. I can't find any evidence of any flat earther or Jones hand or like that. Certainly can't find any evidence of a group of flat ant.
You had all that playing to yourself. Not one of you thought to take a pendulum, hang it from the plane, and prove that tower cranes could be dead still and plumb, whilst doing the ludicrous speeds the globe Earth theory suggests. Not one of you did that. Shame on you. Because you know the results. Every pendulum that's travelling will deviate from the plumb. Fact, proving the globe Earth theory is physically impossible. And you supposedly were very close to the South Pole. Why didn't you take Foucault pendulums down there as well as another scientific practical demonstration? Shame on all of you. This was never about physical demonstrations, the truth. This was about creating a false dichotomy and hoping to gaslight people, naive minds, off the back of that. But Will Duffy's going to destroy all that anyway.
Globe Earthers going together to try and prove each other wrong.
I was alerted that our flight was the #1 tracked flight yesterday.
They were 400 miles in. Whoa. So this was part of the final.
I was shocked that it's the 21st century and people are still debating the shape of the Earth.
Nah. People are debating conceptual ideas, whether it be the globe.
It's like a North Korean, official TV. It's like fucking crazy.
This is so
fucking nuts. Those people are like
the best part is to come. The best part is to. I don't know why it's not more loud, but yeah,
people
you guys can hear it, right?
Fucking drugged.
Might be within the player. I don't know.
Yeah,
a theory and a certain flat Earth idea. Yeah, they're debating that, but physical reality isn't up for debate, and we all know that proves the globe Earth theory is impossible. That's why we had to entertain this final experiment. But of course, the truth comes out in the end anyway, as Mr. Final Experiment himself is going to highlight to us all how silly his observation, his final experiment actually is. Bear with me. Now we've got Mr. Final Experiment himself, Will Duffy, in a debate, I believe, a couple of days ago with a guy called Sean here. And Will Duffy's about to destroy his own creation, The Final Experiment, before the documentaries even come out. We all knew the globe Earth theory was physically impossible anyway, and that this final experiment was nothing more than a propaganda stunt. But now we're going to see the hypocrisy and the disingenuous ways on show here as Mr. Will Duffy exposes himself and the final experiment in this debate, like I said, which was a couple of days ago. Listen.
Ishan, let me answer. I want to point out to the audience, you are evading the topic of the debate, which is the shape of the Earth, by talking about the sun.
Did you hear that? And again.
Ishan, let me answer. I want to point out to the audience, You are evading the topic of the debate, which is the shape of the Earth, by talking about the sun.
And once more.
Ishan, let me answer. I want to point out to the audience, you are evading the topic of the debate, which is the shape of the Earth, by talking about the sun.
These people.
This is hilarious, guys. This is. You heard what he said, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, we've been saying the whole time. Yeah. That's wild.
Oh yeah, these guys are really out of their head. This should be like. This
Dang,
is
look at
gold.
that donkey. That's a
It's very
funny
much
ass
nothing
picture,
more
bro.
than a propaganda stunt.
Jeez.
But now we're going to see the hypocrisy and the disingenuous ways on show here as Mr. Will Duffy exposes himself and the final experiment in this debate, like I said, which was a couple of days ago. Listen.
Ishan, let me answer. I want to point out to the audience, you are evading the topic of the debate, which is the shape of the Earth, by talking about the sun.
Did you hear that? And again.
Ishan, let me answer. I want to point out to the audience, you are evading the topic of the debate, which is the shape of the Earth, by talking about the sun.
And once more.
Ishan, let me answer. I want to point out to the audience, you are evading the topic of the debate, which is the shape of the Earth, by talking about the sun.
These people who represent
Look,
the globe do not know
Vika,
when
this
they're
guy,
coming
before they
or
even
going.
went, you know, when he went on his little spree, getting on everyone's podcast, you know, to make it, oh, we don't know about, have you heard about the TFE and this and that? This dude was talking to himself in a corner so many times on so many different channels. I was keeping up with it because really I was bored and I just wanted to see what the hell was going on with this. But the dude spoke so much about, like he knew, like he would make broad kind of broad statements, but then when it came down to the nitty gritty and small details that people were asking him, he was getting caught that he didn't really know anything. So yeah, I think someone else planned this whole thing out, and he's just a puppet, in my opinion. But anyway, I'll let it land there.
Oh yeah, shout out to Leo, Level Earth Observer, for this video. Yeah, it's a good thing to show to Mr. Duffy, right? Every time he says TFE, we should play this clip. Every time he mentions the word TFE.
Yeah, but you know, an egotistical maniac like that guy, man, his pride is going to not let it. His cognitive dissonance is going to really kick in. He's going to try to talk his way around it. I see it already.
Yeah, mental gymnastics.
I didn't mean it like that. What I meant was, yeah.
Yeah.
Same like Jaren, right?
Mhm.
Same like Jaren. He says something, but it means something.
And you know, I'm going to start calling him Jaren Binks.
What?
After
Right,
Jar Jar
right.
Binks, he's going to be Jaren Binks. You know?
What is that?
Jar
I'm not
Binks.
familiar with that.
Oh, he's
Star Wars. Star Wars.
He's the cartoon
Oh.
rabbit that everyone suspects to be like the ultimate troll who's actually working for the bad guys to lure the Jedi into, like, you know, taking their Messiah, which is Anakin Skywalker, and turning him into Darth Vader. And he's basically like this thing in the prequels. He's this cartoon rabbit guy. He's very goofy, kind of like an Alice in Wonderland like character in the Star Wars prequels. But that's kind of like, you know, Jaren's doing the big rug pull. He's Jaren Binks now. So
Gotcha.
enjoy that.
Yeah, I like the Karenism, what Gene said earlier. That was pretty damn funny too.
Yeah, I think that fits perfectly.
I believe that Witsit with his red hair should be like Chewbacca. I think it will be the
No,
best.
that's a Stephen Hawking,
The
but
fucking Wookiee. Witsit the Wookiee.
Hey, that's my hero, bro. You gotta watch that one. No, that's my hero. I'm joking.
Dude, I love his Wheelchairs books.
Dude, I broke my neck on purpose just to be like him. I'm joking. But I ran off a cliff just for him. No, I joke. But hey, listen, I did want to say something, Vika, about the heavens and different frequencies. And I think what we're looking up into when it comes to the luminaries is that they are just, lights, and they have probably barely any weight, I would think, since they're plasma. So, yeah, and you know how they say all the stars and the sun and moon and whatever all rest on the fabric of space, right? The fabric of space time, they say, right? Well, let's just think of that as that Kármán line, the 30, or not 30, but like 63-mile mark. It starts to get thicker. Yeah, and the balloons can't rise any further. It's because I think stuff gets a little more dense up there because it's so cold, for one, and for two, all the gases that are lighter than air go up there and they coalesce. And then the luminaries are able to rest on that because they're very lightweight, I think. That's just what I think.
You go ahead.
Those time have a weight.
Mm-hmm. I want to add what RG's saying, and Sam, you might know this word. It's I learned about it in the Strong's translation of Hebrew. Rakia, Raqia is how I look at it, but it looks like something going on where what they perceive to be galaxies up there might just be really, really, really large clouds that are like, really, really high up, and but not more than like, you know what I mean? Like we think it's probably 72 miles up there or something, but
well, you can see where the nebula are, right, Ira? Like I can show you with the primer film.
Photography is really good for this, and I
Yeah,
have a book written about this, but well, not released to the public yet. I gotta finish it, but it's the Rakia thing was a very interesting thing to research because that looks like a lot of stuff, and the to reverse engineer the Bible. It makes the Bible really interesting to read because when you find something of that quality and you reverse engineer the word and find that the Hebrew word actually means what is being described in the sky, the sky is actually spiritual. Obviously, the heliosorcerers have materialized the sky and make us feel hopeless. But that seeing the Rakia in the sky is a very interesting thing. Maybe Sam knows a bit more about that word because I don't really speak Hebrew.
Well, it's a very hard word to translate because it has a different meanings. For example, the word rakia, it's close to the word rokea, which means to flatten something. Like if you flatten like iron with a big hammer there, it's like that's the action of making the rakia. That means that the rakia implies that it is something that is solid, that's been forged, something extremely solid, extremely like unbreakable. This is one. The other things that we have about the rakia, it looks like stiff ice, and the third thing we know about the rakia, according to our books, is that the thickness of that dome there is like the distance from the Earth to the skies. That's the same. If there is like 70 miles, I don't know, 100 miles. So that's the thickness of that thing.
That's what I was thinking.
So it's unbreakable. You can send like nuclear bombs, and nothing's gonna fucking move it.
I think that's a gradient. I think it's a gradient. As it coalesces at that mark, Sam, I do think that's like the beginning of the levels that are described in the Bible as well. Like different levels are starting to get harder and harder as you get to the top of the apex dome. There, it's going to be like crystalline where God lives, and they talk about walking on that and looking down at the earth, right? So I think it makes sense to be a gradient, right? To get from a real thin gases like helium, hydrogen, and then way up, it gets harder and harder and forms that crystalline structure.
I know something very simple, is that when you read the text literally in the Bible, the thing is that God said in the beginning, let there be light, and then He called the light day. So the first deduction, the first conclusion I can make is that a light is also a time. So it's possible for me, starting from there, that to start thinking that when you look into space, actually it's not space, it is time. That's why you can believe it's deep, because you can go deep in time, but it's I don't know how it works. I have no idea. But I know that maybe what we are looking at is actually time, and it's been confirmed with the fact that people used to look at the stars in order to know events in time, coming events.
But that's why they created the Antikythera mechanism too, so they can predict stuff and go into the past and into the future and reflect on things as well as project on things in the future.
Exactly.
And
time
to
is something to.
Oh God, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. It's just nothing. Just to confirm what he says.
I think it's to add what Sam's saying about the time in the sky. It's like we could postulate without looking at the sky. Oh, where's time having physical substance? But then when you look at the sky, and it's literally the sky is a clock, which is the most shocking thing about this flat Earth concept. But then we have the astrologers, which I think astrology is just true. We have the thing of the precession of the equinoxes, in which we're moving from an eon of Pisces into the eon of Aquarius, 2,000-year period into a 2,000-year period, and because the sun on a spring equinox would be measured, and it would shift. It would shift its sundial upon a spring equinox to every 2,000 years, and so this is a massive thing, because that means that the 26,000-year clock that you see in Prague, I think Vika had it in you guys had it in your film, but I think that does tie into the Antikythera mechanism as well. But that would add that would at least be a conduit towards understing, if time is a substance and we are ruled by Chronos.
It has to be, and I believe it's the It what creates all the other substance. I believe it's the mother of all other things, because without time you have no life, you have nothing, you have no movement, you have nothing. So I believe that first of all, when you read the text literally, very simply, you can see that the stars, the moon, the sun were created as instruments of time, in order to define the years, the month, the signs. All this is linked to time. You understand? So the thing is that I believe that everything which is up there, it's about timing. It's about time, and those are the lights that we see is the expression of that time. Here it's about space. We're living in a space, but within a time. Like it's very hard for to picture that, because we cannot picture time. It's not something solid, something, but it's true. It's there.
And then harnessing that energy, the Chronos energy, is something some people call an isometric pendulum, in which you kind of plant a seed and then you reap later on what you sow, right? So you set something in and you create a central psychic event. That's what Hollywood's doing a lot. That's what our statesmen are doing with some certain stunts that we probably wouldn't be able to talk about on YouTube. But that center point in which you can focus a bunch of eyes and psychic energy towards can be a center point. But then you can find events that happened over here, like in the past, right? Yes. Which have a payoff directly in the exact amount of time after a specific psychic event that is related to the events that were set up. Which set up as a payoff. And this is the I'm describing the witching realms here. But that's what that is.
Time reflects itself into space, because they are the same things. It's just like one reflects another. See, for example, in space you have 3 dimensions. You have the width, the length, and the height. In order to create a space, you need those 3 dimensions. Time is the same thing. It has 3 dimensions, which is the past, the present, and the future. So, for example, that tent that we had in the desert that you guys call the tabernacle, it's actually called in Hebrew Oel Moed, which means the tent of time, the space of time, space-time. And many times in the Bibles, when you're going to read the Bible, you're going to believe that it talks about space or events, coming, happening in space, but actually it's about time. Sometimes we talk about like a mountain and a river and everything, but those are times, not like places. So this is very, it's like mind blowing, but time is very important because we are also made out of time. We're not just like a body. We have like what we call a soul. We have something, an energy. What makes the heart beat? Cannot explain that. Doctors cannot explain it. So we are more than just like flesh. We are also like memory. We are also like, there's also a lot of things that make us. And this we are not being taught, of course, in universities, but it's very important. The notion of time is very important.
And if we're to touch time or feel time, if we are to do so, we have to do so through arts and aesthetics, which would be music. Music wouldn't be good without the regulation of time. Anyways, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Gene.
No, not bad.
Yeah. So and I'm a drummer, man. I have to decorate time, So
exactly.
That's right. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to talk at the same time as Gene. What were you saying, Gene?
Nah, bro, that's all good, brother. We're just having conversation, man. That's all good, man. Yeah. I'm totally interested in how you guys are taking this, it's great. But I kind of wonder if some people are just good at certain things, right? Everybody is just good at certain things. A matter of finding that, learning that about yourself. And it makes me wonder if there is any attachment to past lives where some people have done that thing 50 times or once real well, whatever it is, and is that part of their, like their, they're like that, how life is effortless because they're like in that flow, and they're talking to the spirit. So it just makes me wonder if, we're limited human beings, but I don't, I don't know. I just don't give this world that much credit. I think this world is here to help us get ready for bigger, better worlds, like where the physical world is not really there anymore. And we think things are important down here in this physical world.
It's a
Wait
stage.
till you get to the spirit world and you realize how important you really are. And you got to be good at what you're doing to really fill that spot and get there. And, like, let's say you're going for that management position at your job and you got to prove yourself, man. And if you don't, you got to go take more management classes and then you got to come back or something like that.
Yes.
I equate a lot of this to the education system and growing up the way. So like, what if life is just like one day in kindergarten for my spirit's life? One day in kindergarten could be very important for people. Like, I'll never forget that day this happened, and that could have shaped your whole life or parts of it. I know that happened to me. I have a lot of conversations in my head that are not coming from anything in this world. And I don't think anybody will ever be able to change my mind about that. And I know some of you guys out there know what I'm talking about. Viri, you see it in the music, I don't know. You think that all that stuff just comes from you personally? Maybe. Personally, I like with my artwork, I like playing drums. I use my sticks a lot. But when I get into the more physical art of it, I like I said before, I can't do a YouTube on my own because I just can't spread myself out that thin.
Yeah.
I want to try and hone in on a couple of more, smaller subjects for the time being and spend my time that way because, we are limited. So I want to just try and excel a little more in a couple of other areas that I think could bring, like, no matter what I do, I'm bringing flat earth with me, man. I don't go anywhere. I'm talking to the girl at the cashier, the guy in the cold carts cutting cheese up for me, whatever. I'm always trying to throw this conversation at people.
Yeah. The thing is that here it might be considered, and you're right, and I've heard about this also. At a certain stage of some kind of a progression we have to go through. That means it's like you have in first grade or second grade. But anyways, if it's true, we have to know why we're here, because knowing that we might have past lives and that we might have like future lives in different worlds, it's one thing, but maybe it should not deviate us from our real purpose of being here and now. That means that if I was in the 2nd grade, so I would learn how to, play with Legos or whatever. If I was like in the 10th grade, I would learn about mathematics or about things. So we have to learn something here. That world has been made for us to improve ourselves. So I believe that we have to stay, we have to live our lives according to what we have here, and in order to improve what's around us, to help people grow, and to learn as much as we can from this world. It's like a supermarket. Just grab everything you can, man. Just and I believe our cash money for the next trip to come is what you learned here, what you learn, and what you did with that knowledge. This is our cash money. This is what we take with us. It's like a library. When a man dies, it's like a library that just goes. Because most people tell you, oh, when you die, so where do we go? The question is not where do you go? It's when do you go? Like, where in time do you go? Not in space. You don't, that's what I believe. So this notion of space and time is important because it's linked to to death also. Because death is the end.
Absolutely, guys. This conversation can go really, really deep. I don't want to go much more deeper, Sam. This is the thing. I'm gonna read one comment. Shift from linear worldly time to an experience of eternal presence by True Earth Whisperer. Through practice and surrender, we can transcend the limitation of temporal existence and realize timeless nature of the divine. Yeah, that's the whole point. Is right, getting out of the matrix, because it's like it's ticking, right? Once we understand time as not being linear, things change, because things could be happening simultaneously. Everything, because everything is now and here and now that it exists, right? Past don't exist because it's in the past. Future is not come yet. So what exists is right now. We'll try to live it for there tonight, guys. It's almost 4 hours. Another thing I wanted to mention before is that I've got even people making fake accounts in my name on Facebook. So be a little cautious, guys. And people are making account in my name and sharing videos, my videos, like my page, and contacting people.
They're trying to break us.
Speaking of that fake page, Vika, I saw it too. And even before you said something, I suspected it might be a fake one. But the funniest part was the cover photo where it's an AI rendering of you with your sunglasses on. And you're like super hacker villain behind like
that's my real page, because I had to change because they copied my earlier banner and my another image. So I changed it yesterday. Because you didn't see the music video, right?
Photo for you. I was like, dude, what?
No. So that means you didn't see the music video. So before you go, when we wrap this up, watch the video. I'm gonna play it here as a closing. So you're gonna love it too. So yeah, guys. Another thing I wanted to mention. Thanks to Richard for getting that magnetic bracelet, and if anybody else wants, it's there in the description. Who anybody wants to support, that would be awesome. Guys, get your thoughts together and give us your closing thoughts for tonight after this awesome chat. I know that we could have gone for another few hours, but it's quite late for me. So yeah, RG, go ahead, bro.
I keep getting booted off. I don't know what's happening, but I have to re-log in every time. But
I don't know. It's always the problem with you. I don't know why it's the problem with you, but you get dropped up, bro, many times. I have to put you back again and again. But yeah, go ahead.
Appreciate it, man. You having me on, and appreciate you hosting. Sam, Gene, Ira, appreciate y'all as well, man. Input's always a pleasure. But yeah, if you'll give me 1 minute, I'm gonna say this. Seth, I think we should end on this since we talked about a little bit about physics, plasma, and firmament and stuff like that. So I'm gonna try to do twice a week a 1 hour show. It'd be my first show. I've just always kind of been in the background, but I think what I've learned over the years could be somewhat valuable. And I say that because of this. You know, I hear everybody kind of stuck in this spot about the debate over the heavens or just up there, and we don't know anything about it, right? That's what is always said. They say, don't speculate, don't worry about up there. But I think if things can be repeated down here in a lab, in a vacuum, it doesn't mean that we're in a vacuum. It just means that the firmament is our container holding the pressure in, right? And these lighter gases and colder temperatures, as you go up, I think could support something, right? Especially if you have like ion plasma thruster kind of capabilities and quantum locking, which is just super cold, nitrogen and liquid nitrogen and magnets. So if you imagine a lightweight material and magnets, if you get up high enough, closer to the firmament, I think it's magnetic and you can actually put things up there. And it's just me. I'm not a fucking Glover. I'm no shill, right? I've been just thinking about this shit, right?
Yeah.
And I'm going to hold a 1-hour class twice a week about plasma physics and primer field theory. If you know anything about it in the chat or on the panel, bro, join me and let's talk about it, because we're stuck at some point. We know what the Earth is. And if we can prove a firmament and like the magnetic attractions and colder temperatures and plasma, bro, I think we can really progress in that part of true Earth theory. So I just want to land it there, and I appreciate y'all, man.
Let us know when you got a show going on or something. Let us know by Telegram, when you
Absolutely. I'll put a link.
Roger, me too, bro. Hit me up with that. I'd like to get in on that, man. Check it out, bro.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah, hit me on Telegram, bro. That'd be great. Thanks.
I'll do it in the TEA, Telegram.
Okay. Awesome.
Yes, sir.
Awesome,
Appreciate
Archie,
y'all.
bro. Alrighty. Who's next?
All right, I'm gonna be next this time. I'll go this time. Check it out. What can I say? Like the usual. Keep on doing your shows, because don't ever give up. Those are important meetings, and they're so important that you see that like prominent figures of flat Earth now and are like gravitating around Earth, coming in. Now they have time to come in. So that proves you that we are important. What we are talking about here are important things, are true deep salty things. So it's very important that you keep on these shows going. And again, my agenda, what I'm pushing for all the time, is just like we have to get up at one point. We have to get up, and that's what we are doing. I know we are doing it. So this is what I'm more focused on, most of the time. So that's it.
Oh yeah, thanks for your time, bro. I know it's very late for you. You are 2 hours more than me ahead. I have it's 2:30 a.m. for me. So for you,
3:30 here.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know how you're gonna do it when we have the summer timing, because I do at 2 a.m. my time. That would be 3.
No problem.
Maybe you have to lose some sleep. Yeah.
No, it's not a big deal. I have no time. If my clock is totally like reverse, I sleep in the daytime, I wake up in the night at night. It's like it's all fucked up. So it's all right.
Oh yeah, thanks, bro. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. Appreciate you, brother.
Ira.
Yeah. I just want to say, well, RG, another thing about the plasma thing, you should check out this Eric Dollard character, and when you get in touch, I'll get you in touch with some of my other friends who know some stuff about this stuff. You guys know my friend Psychedelic and probably Taylor Price, but those guys are definitely as down the rabbit hole as we are. Very cool guys. I recently am offering people, and this has been really interesting, trying to record some of my conversations, whether it be someone I'm interested in hosting, if anybody wants to have a one-on-one conversation on my Substack page, or if somebody watches my film, whether you want to scream at me about it and throw things, or if you want to tell me how cool it is. This is my film. Everybody in this video chat already knows about this, but this is my film. It's called Vanishing Point. It's a 3-part magnum opus that unpacks a lot of the topics we talk about this, but from the aesthetic realm. Proxyearth.substack.com is my hub. I have a lot of different articles. I have a book coming out on there. You know, I'll eventually have my own coffee mugs and shirts, I guess. But I'm just like, this whole thing is really fun, and you know, this is the hub for authentic conversations. You know, and it was really fun to poke back at these guys who have 7 days a week to make to just spit lies on YouTube for sake of human shielding for the establishment. It feels really good to be able to respond to it and just relax and have fun with it. So thanks, guys. I appreciate you guys.
Thanks, awesome, bro, as always.
Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah. So, but don't go now. You still have to watch the music video, guys.
know.
Don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before
hey,
we close
Vika,
up,
I meant to ask you. I meant to ask you
yeah.
before you finish. Sorry to interrupt. Hey, I do music as well. I got some stuff that I write everything. I wrote it for a long time, and just this AI stuff, you know, is caught my attention, and I've recorded a few. Maybe next time, if I send it and you listen to it and you approve it, maybe you could let the guys hear it.
Oh yeah, for sure, bro. Absolutely. This is what you don't see. I'm playing all the videos from DJ New Moon, from other rappers, and other from Truth Repeater today, and yeah, I play a lot of music as long as it's related to Flat Earth and something to do with the truth or us or part of the community. Yeah, for sure, we'd love to, bro.
Okay, thank you, man.
Gene.
Yo. Yeah, I'm definitely curious about that stuff too, RG. I'm looking forward to seeing what you got, man. I'm sure it's going to be really cool. So, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it'll more or less be like a breakdown, like videos, and I'm just, you know, explaining. Even if the people that are not like officially flat earthers out in the public, right? Their videos very much can be translated as a flat earth kind of universe type. So, you know, I'll point that out. So I'm not going to steal anyone's work. I'm just taking what I've learned and putting it together in a way that's explainable to flat earthers, right? In a more in-depth way. That's all it is. So yeah.
Nice. Yeah, definitely looking forward. Hey, thanks for coming on, bro. Good to see you, Sam, Ira. Good to see you guys. Who else was here tonight? Dave, right? Did I get everybody, Vika? But thanks, guys. Thanks for being here.
Truth or somebody.
All right. Truth Repeater. Yeah, you guys made a freaking awesome job on that video. I love it. I'm definitely looking forward to more of that, Vika. You know, that came out really great. I like the colors.
It all started with a bracelet there.
Yeah,
it all started with a bracelet. It all started with that copper
Guys.
bracelet, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I just, like I said, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but I lost my affection for jewelry when I was like 20 or so, a little younger, and the timing of this was so cool, and I freaking love this thing, you know. And now, you know, you're a different person from 10 years ago, hopefully, right? So 20 years, I'm talking a long time, and I haven't wanted any jewelry. So to want that, like sight unseen, you know, as soon as I saw the ad for it, you know, that reel for it, I was like, I want one. It's so friggin' cool, man. It's just like, I love when stuff works out like that. That's ether, bro.
I like that flower of life pattern too. That's nice.
Yeah, because the symbol, the imprint does makes a difference. The impression of the design makes a difference. And the material, the copper, the magnet, the combination, and with the print of the flower of life. We all know the flower of life is freaking amazing. It's all the sacred geometry, all the form that exists in this realm fits in the flower of life. You have the seed of life, the tree of life, the flower of life, the double seed of life. It's all sacred geometry. So it imprints it, right? So that's the best part is combining the symbol and the metal and the magnet. And we all know how magnetic this whole realm is magnetic, and we are part of it. So yeah, only when you put it, you're gonna see it and feel it, what difference it makes for you, right? Because This is the thing. We spend for our health and for our well-being many different things, food, things, for to make us feel good. So there are sometimes things like this doesn't look like it's gonna do a lot, but once you do it, you're gonna see that what's the difference it makes, right? For me, as I know from the time I'm freaking wearing it, man, I have more energy than I need. In a way, right? It's like more. We are electric, bro. So it's more electrical. It's like more free. I don't know.
Conductor, good conductor. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
high
I need 2 of
conductivity and
those
all
then,
this stuff.
bro. I'm gonna have to put one on
Sorry.
both wrists. I'm gonna when we hang up here, when we end the show, I'm gonna go straight to your page, bro, and I'm buying 2 because I definitely need more energy throughout the day for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
bro. Absolutely. You're gonna love it, bro. And once you're gonna try it, you're gonna get for your friends and loved one. Gene, bro. We cut you out. Yeah. Continue with your last thought, bro.
Bro, I'm glad we had that little conversation in between because, speaking of the flower of life being on this, it made me think of Dr. Morimoto's water test and how water is communicating with us. It's listening to us and it has a memory. So now I'm like, I got this copper with the magnets and the flower of, the flower of life throughout it. So I'm like, now I know my body is reading this, so now the water in my body is creating that memory of what I have on my wrist.
Don't take it
me
out
tell you
even
something
for
cool to
sleep,
do,
Gene.
Gene?
Gene, don't take out even for sleep. Go ahead.
Bro, I'm not. Yeah, no, I'm gonna keep this on, man. I was more worried about like ripping it off while I'm sleeping.
No. It doesn't. It doesn't. It's. Yep. Go ahead.
Bro, this is freaking like magic, yo. The whole scenario was very strange, man. It was really I was awesome, to experience stuff like that. You know what it is? That's when the spirits are working, and we're in touch with the invisible ether. That's where where our phones are coming and going through, sending pictures through the midair, right? You're walking in your wireless. We're all connected in that. What they're doing to us disconnects us from it. They don't teach us how to connect to it, but we're learning. We're figuring this stuff out, and that is like part of the magic they don't want us to understand.
That's for sure. The another magic, bro. Just to add, Gene. The another magic is that it's from Wicca. It's from Wicca, physically touched by Wicca.
I love
That's
it.
the real magic.
That is a good part of it, bro. I didn't know that. It wasn't. Yeah, that makes it definitely makes it more special to know that it does come right out of you, bro. That's.
Hey, you want a test to do, Gene? An experiment to do?
I'm sorry about
If
that.
you, I was going to say, if you want a cool experiment to do, with water and memory and its processing abilities, how potent it really is to get some clean water, something like spring water that's, don't boil it because it'll hurt it, but just spring water, put it in a flat bowl or a plate with higher edges or something where the water won't spill out, is keep those bracelets on or the bracelet you got and lean over and keep your face right over, if you can stand it, right over the water with your nose almost touching the water for about 3 or 4 minutes, right?
Okay.
Just as long as you can before your back or neck gives out, right? And then carefully take that water and put it in a freezer and see what it looks like after, a couple of hours of really good freezing, right? But then take your bracelet off and do the same thing and compare the 2 images.
Dude, that's a great idea.
It's a great idea.
Yeah.
That's
You can.
man.
You can really make this bracelet, for example, work for you in a way, right? You can literally speak to it, right?
I was gonna say that.
You can activate it. You can put it in the sun. You can speak to it, and that it works for your good from the time you take it in your hand. You can activate with your inner self, right?
Yeah,
If you
bro.
want, you can wash it, put it in the sun, charge it, speak to it, and say that from today it's going to work in your benefit, right? For your good and energy
Yeah, you
wise.
could design a whole setup of experiments around those bracelets, really. Or
Yeah,
just copper, around your neck. You could really do some cool in-depth things.
Indeed.
I wanted to
Oh,
throw
yeah,
something
guys.
in about copper, guys. Out of all the metals, two of them that I know are the only ones you can really kind of just pull out of the ground without having to mine them or separate them out of the rock, and that's gold and copper. Everything else you got to kind of do something with to extract it, I think. If I'm wrong,
Yeah,
let me
alchemy.
know though, please, because I think gold and copper have that in common.
Oh, yeah, but the change of carats and everything, yeah, they always have to mix, right? So copper is mixed with many different things to create another metals too, right? But yeah, we know that the electricity is produced by copper, the movement of copper. So even your hand moving with the bracelet is like creating electrical conductivity, right? So anyway, guys, this can go on forever, but yeah, it's too late. And yeah, Gene, you finished your last thought, bro? You want to say bye to the people?
Yeah, thanks to everybody in the chat. I had a great time hanging out with you. Couple new people, really nice to meet. Thank you for showing up and hanging out. Come back, please. Next time maybe you come up and hang out, chat with us. You don't have to use the camera if you're uncomfortable. But no, these open chats are really cool, man. We get some really great people up, and thank you guys, all of you, man. I hope everybody has a great week, and I'm looking forward to seeing you next time. Thanks, brother.
Yeah.
I know it's so late, man. Thanks so much. 4 hours, guys. It went by so fast. It's crazy.
Right.
Time is elastic. It's it's malleable and invisible. You can work with it.
Oh yeah, we are electrically connected right now. We all on the panel and everybody in the chat here. That's why that's the transfer of energy and frequencies, right? Because we resonate and similar. That's why we. Yep. Go ahead, RG.
I was just going to say one last final thought for me, and I'm going to jump off. This is so serious, guys. Take it as in-depth, serious, most complicated thing we've talked about tonight, and things you're going to have to really work your brain to understand, right? One question is, why do they call the difference in weight or quality in gold carats? Why do they call them carats instead of green beans? Really think about that. That's
Could be
man, that
word
blew my
magic
mind.
there. Could be word magic.
Right.
Oh, alrighty, guys.
I was
Alrighty, guys.
joking.
So, thanks to each and everybody who was on the panel today with their awesome input. There were so many people. Thanks to everyone and everybody in the chat too, with all your amazing comments. As Gene said, the time just flew by. There were so many amazing comments too. I couldn't go through all of them, but yeah, that's how we build this community. And this is what I have for this week. Don't go before. If you have missed the song during the start, I'm gonna close it up with this song. And enjoy your coming week. And I hope you had a great Holy Week, because we had a whole Holy Week this week. Today was supposed to be Jesus was supposed to be resurrected. So anyway, guys, have fun. Love you all. And this is because I'm signing out, guys. See you next week. And enjoy this amazing song. Shout out to Truth Repeater for making this. And yep. Bye everyone.
Peace.
Love you all.
Night, everybody.
Alrighty.
Draziv with a spark in his veins, creating realms where no rules remain. Mechanical shifts and digital streams, an endless coder of boundless dreams. He builds the mechanical realm, chasing truth in the neon light, flatten the uncover the codes, a seeker of paths where no one goes. He weaves his tale in cyberspace where secrets prevail. Digital trails that light the way, a mind so sharp it carves the gray. He builds the mechanical realm, chasing truth in the neon light. Flatten the curve, uncover the codes, a seeker of path where no one goes. Circuits hum and the future ignites. Through his lens, the unseen takes flight. A craftsman of worlds.